The scuff is real. Thank you, Ray Day. That's gonna have to do for that part of the desk cam. It's a little beat up. The cats have been grabbing it, so it's a little off kilter there. We'll get it fixed. Yes. Thanks for letting me know, Ray Day, and welcome. I was just saying, you do seem to enjoy the Danganronpa streams. This guy has decided that he needs some attention time here. But let's see here. We have Ember top center. We have Sammy left center. And like I said, Sky is getting some attention. He's crawled over and is toasting me good here. Hey there, Olivio. Yao, something like that. I'm gonna go with Olivio. How you doing? With your Navi the Fairy greeting. Well, it's good. I'm glad you enjoy it, right, eh? Let's see here. How about... doing pretty good today, Olivia. Or Olivia Zero. I'm not really sure. Which is it? And, down to the wire. Down to the wire and getting started today. Let's go with some Ember Cam, I think. Oh, interesting. Are you asserting? Ah, okay. Okay. Anyway. In we go. Now, if I recall, last time we had recently-ish discovered the AI in a locker in the just before the bathrooms or the bath areas. So we're going to see where that goes. I don't think anybody else has been murdered yet. We'll have to see. There's no art assets I need at this time, Olivia. Do appreciate the thought, but I am set for all of that stuff. Let's see. How does work? How does work? Huh. Heroine does indeed live on radio. Morning? Did you just wake up? Yeah. Waking up for our breakfast meeting is fine, of course, but getting up a little early is better. That is not the issue, Olivia. Exercise in your room till nighttime ends. A big meal after working up a sweat is divine. I would imagine it would be like I could see after like a bath or a shower after a a heavy workout, but Ew. Sweaty. Hello, Sherbet. Sherbet is slowly getting more sociable and has been leaping upon the back of my chair with regularity today. I always have to keep an eye out, like the little up there, the little background music indicator, and the flashing mouse cursor right behind me here. I have to keep an eye out anytime that kind of thing is on the screen, because Sherbet is very small moving thing fixated, more so than the other cats. He'll leap at the mouse cursor, that kind of stuff. Hasn't done any damage, but he has done the little backbreaker pounce on the screen at least once.
Hey, Makoto.
If I recall, let's see here. Is it Kyoko or the investigator girl? The competent one. If I recall, was going to leave her door open so she could hear the AI if it called out. Because, the rooms and doors are soundproofed. What's the problem, Sherbet? Huh? What? Come here. Come on. He's crying at me. I can't ignore that. There you go. Hello. Sherbet may enter camera briefly there. There he goes. Extra sociable. Morning, Makoto. Good morning. You're kinda sweaty. Have you been exercising?
That's right.
Me and Sakura were doing our morning workout. Oh, but I didn't break our nighttime promise. I just ran around my room till it ended. Why don't you come with us next time? I don't think I could keep up with you and Sakura.
Huh?
Seriously? Okay, then we can do something in the rec room. I'm not good at much, but I know how to play Othello. I'm not very good at that either, though. I don't like to think when I'm playing, so... He's being a real sweetheart today. He's, He seems to be slowly getting the idea that I'm not going to hurt him. Or that he's more likely to get pets than thrown in a box and taken to the vet. Sky and Mason have taken to trying to steal my chair whenever I have to move around. It's adorable. It's a standard cat thing, but they always look so put out when it happens. Like, but you got up. It's my chair now.
Well, hello.
Morning. Actually, it's a great morning. A morning that has blessed my entire future. Really? Feels like any other morning to me. Any other morning where we're trapped inside of a school that's sealed from the outside and forced to participate in some sort of horrible murder game, but, just like any other morning. Same old, same old. The fact that his voice starts with that fweh, his laugh, that sort of like the kind of sort of stereotype like cartoon rodent laugh, you know, very, very chirpy. You can't tell, but my soul is positively overflowing with strawberries today. Tell me more about your strawberry soul. Oh, no, he's gone. That was bizarre. I mean, even for him. I suspect we need to go to the bathhouse to trigger the next plot flags, but that means look in other places. No? We actually had to walk to the morning meeting. Interesting. The people here today are the same as yesterday, just us 7. Byakuya and Toko are a lost cause, but it looks like Taka's decided to stop coming for good, too. Taka's still in permanent shell shock mode, I suspect. Like he's just given up. For people wound as tight as he is, when you snap hard. Wish there was some way to make him better. On another topic, Kyoko, did everything go all right last night?
Indeed.
Yes, I didn't have any problems.
Correct.
I went and checked on the laptop a little while ago, and there weren't any problems there either, but... Exactly, Ray Day. It's like, you know, Monday is Salisbury Steak Day, Tuesday you have gym class, Wednesday you get together in a sealed room and kill your classmates, then Thursday is science, and Friday is pizza day. Little drink here. Yoko seems to hesitate, but it's related to this case, I suppose. It's related to this case, so I suppose I should be blunt.
Anyway.
I have to make a new rule. Using alter ego without permission is prohibited. Someone going in and out of the dressing room would draw unwanted attention from the mastermind.
Oh,
I would have thought that would be obvious. Why do we need to make a rule about it?
well.
That's a good question.
Hey.
You have any thought on that, Hifumi?
Oh.
Perhaps that is why he is overflowing with strawberries. No, it's just like you said. We all need to be very careful. Huh? Whatever, let's just hurry up and eat. We don't have time to stand around flapping our lips. Are you talking like a drill sergeant all of a sudden? Ate breakfast in a rush and then headed back to our rooms. I think we're heading into a social time sequence. Yep, free time. Buttons, okay. Like, the control scheme isn't bad for this game, and there are some menu choices that I would absolutely redo. But, you do have to appreciate the sort of overblown layout. Like, you have the things that are clearly part of the e-handbook. Then we have the chrome all around the screen. The weird little, almost like a monitor hum when free time showed up. The completely extraneous background music indicator. There's a sort of feel that this all lends. Okay, let's see. Who do we pester? This is Toko's room. Did. Crazy. Disconcerting. Which reminds me, where is it? System settings, options. Okay. Poke. I feel like it's free time. I do have stuff I want to talk to people about. Guess we'll just have to find them. Hunt them down for me, map. What do you think? Should we pester, like, Hirataka or Toko for our next social settings? Should we try that? Try to actually teleport on the map. That would be useful. Speak to me of your crazy. How about this weather? You have no idea what the weather is. Interesting thought. Esther Hirataka. See how he's doing. Or see if he's not catatonic anymore. It looks a bit catatonic. He's non-responsive. Should I poke him with a stick? Kept an eye on the half-conscious Taka. We grew a little closer, I think. Maybe? Let's see. What would Rules Boy like? Think of anything in particular that he would like. These glasses? No apparent reaction. Ding dong. Just the totally poleaxed look that he has all the time. Like, you kind of expect there to be a little drool coming out of his mouth there. Like he's actually just standing there unblinking without closing his mouth. only breathing if you watch closely. Taka. Is it true? Can I really see Chihiro? Uh-oh. You mean alter ego? They're still alive? Not quite. Let me see. I want to talk to them. Taka. The way he is now, there's no way I can explain what's going on to him. Kyoko said we're not allowed to use alter ego, but even so... Just can't leave him here like this. Yes, you can. Why don't we get going? This is a bad idea.
Just a second.
Where are you going? Huh?
Hey.
Probably best if you don't drag him around with you too much, given his current condition. Kyoko looked at Taka, standing behind me. Yeah, I know that. But I was getting kind of hungry. I thought we could head to the dining room, hall, or warehouse or something.
Correct.
I guess that's okay. Thought I saw a brief flicker of doubt, but maybe it was just my imagination. Koto's gonna do something stupid again, isn't he? Is that Toko?
What?
What are you two up to? Don't tell me you're gonna...
Yes,
Here.
yes.
Having lost his new brother, Taka is ripe for the taking. So Makoto swoops in to steal him away. Like the heavy quotes around brother. Am I on fire? I severely regretted talking to Genocide Jack, even if by accident. That doesn't matter right now. Have you seen Byakuya? Huh? No, I haven't. Yeah, we can't really expect a lot of Sniffer here, can we? Good heavens, my love is being pushed to the limit. I almost feel bad for him. Almost. Okay, so there's a laptop inside the locker, understand? And on the laptop, there's a program called Alter Ego that I'm not supposed to be interacting with. How do I talk to them? You just tell me what you want to say and I'll type it in for you. Do you hate Mondo? Since I couldn't stop him, do you hate me? It was clear he was forcing himself to get the words out. From his mouth, from the bottom of his heart, he forced his weakened voice to make the sounds. Please. Okay. Type the question as Taka had asked them. Then... Do you hold yourself responsible? If Master could talk now, I think this is what they would say. Please, live your life for the both of us. It's impossible for me now, but you can still survive and escape, all of you. Hey, Taka. I was about to say more, but quickly closed my mouth. The one asking those questions is Taka, right? Analyzing all available data, that's the only conclusion I can come to. Master told me how close Taka and Mondo had become. So that must be why he feels responsible. The screen suddenly went dark. What appeared next was...
Stop fucking around.
You're not letting yourself get crushed under the weight of that responsibility, are you?
Yo.
Man's only worth as much as the load he can carry. Phrasing. You get it, right, bro? Contextual phrasing. What am I saying? Of course you do. That's... Sorry if I startled you. That was my attempt at a simulation, using the data about Mondo that Master had given me. I figured if Taka was depressed, that's the kind of thing Mondo would have said to him. You're just gonna stand there, huh? Just wait for things to get better? Just take your time and get all depressed? Take the time to indulge your regrets? Might even start walking again without realizing it. Sure, that kind of mediocre thinking might work for some people. What if I said it with that kind of condescending tone? Uh-oh. Are his eyes closed or have they gone vacant? Starting to sink in. A bucket full of water sinks into a bone-dry sponge. Huh? These words deep within my heart. They're inside of me. Oh. He's gone Super Saiyan. Taka? Who the fudge is Taka? He still can't bring himself. Your eyes. Don't worry about it. Guess I caused kind of a scene, huh? Shoot, man. Your voice. I'm a new me. I'm totally stuffed with fighting spirit now. You dumb butt. Oh. Though transformed, Taka still shows through. Okay, Taka, just calm down. I am calm, and don't call me Taka. It's not my name anymore. I'm me. That guy. Taka let out a bone-chilling howl and ran out of the room. Well then. What creature have we unleashed upon this world? Taka, hold on. And I took off after him. Someone stood in my way. As if tagging Taka out, she walked briskly into the dressing room.
Just a second.
What do you think you're doing? Kyoko. No, see, this is just me explicitly breaking the rule that we formed just this morning.
Enough already.
Go around doing whatever you feel like. If it causes problems it causes problems, and not just for me, for everyone. We didn't need two crazies cut loose on this place. We've already got the stabby one, now we've got the screamy one.
Correct.
If you're really sorry, you'll get out of here, now. Okay. You didn't have to yell at me. Finally, I headed back to my room, embarrassed and sullen. Just trying to be nice to the catatonic one. But still, what was with Taka's sudden freakout? Seriously worried about him. Ding dong. Bing bong.
This is a school announcement. As such,
It's nighttime.
soon the doors to the dining hall will
be locked.
open.
Don't go in there.
Sweet dreams, everyone.
Don't get bitten
Good
by
night.
bugs. So I have to wait till tomorrow to figure out Taka's whole thing. For now, time for sleep. Sort of game console. You know why I hate video games? You might not believe this, but I had a best friend once. The console, while looking noticeably different, is laid out kind of like a Famicom. Japanese Nintendo. There aren't the slots on the side to sit the controllers sort of on their edges. But the fact that the chords are like left and right as opposed to like front is what makes me think of that. Actually, he was my only friend, but unlike me, he had all kinds of friends. So me and him were at his house one day when a big group of guys showed up to hang out. They just bought the latest big-budget video game. They sat there lost in the game, passing the controller back and forth for hours. But not me. I just sat there watching. That's right, I just watched. What's wrong with that? I didn't care. Just by watching, I was able to nail down all the best strategies. Even though I never actually played it.
And I don't plan on ever playing it in the future either.
I was better than all of them. In my head. Ding dong. Bing bong.
Good morning, everyone. It's yet
It's
ready
morning
to
time. Right, need to hurry up and get to the dining hall. Tell everybody what happened with Taka when we were doing that thing that we just said we weren't going to do. So, Makoto led Taka to the alter ego when he wasn't supposed to. It's kind of clear that Hifumi is talking to alter ego when he's not supposed to. Who else? Who else?
You know?
Been waiting. Are you the only one here? Where's everyone else? They went on ahead. To where?
Hey, come on.
We can talk about it later. For now, let's go take a bath. Bath? Someone help! What's going on? Koto, save me. I never asked you for anything, but I'm asking now. What happened? She's trying to kill me. Ifumi pointed at... Yoko's trying to kill you? Tell me more. I never said I was going to kill him. Definitely would have lived through it. Don't overreact. The same mistake? What did he do? He snuck into the dressing room in the middle of the night and accessed alter ego without permission, she said, looking very fixedly at you. And when I caught him last night, he was hugging the laptop and breathing strangely. What were you doing? Thought I made myself clear yesterday, but since being subtle didn't work, suppose I have to clarify myself further. Please don't kill me.
Wrong.
Not going to kill you, merely instruct you.
How very sad.
With my mitts. Little stretch from Ember. Not a full big stretch, but still. See that cat big stretch where they like put the front half of their body really low and stretch out. And then they like shift it forward.
Well,
It's just talking, which was prohibited, was it not? I mean, you see, talking to her was just so much fun, and I just... Okay, time out. I can't even believe I'm about to ask this, but... Fumi, you're not going to tell us you fell in love or something, are you? That hi, the cold-blooded killing machine of the underworld, would ever fall in love? That's...
it would
Wait, no
seem-
way. Is this love?
According to the spirits,
I happened to do a psychic reading for a certain famous CEO once, and that guy was seriously head over heels for a mannequin. He had a wedding and everything.
How about that?
And your eyes just now. I saw the same look in his eyes.
You know nothing.
You know nothing. She's not a mannequin, she's an angel.
I feel as if...
Don't bother telling me angels... Don't bother telling me angels exist. What we have can't be defined by your petty words and meanings. Got some chin scratches here. Sip of drink here. You're totally in love. So, how did things end up like this? Well, at the beginning, I just wanted to hear her say master one more time. This is a fellow that goes to a lot of maid cafes. Then I was poking around at her settings and stuff, and I saw that she was a well-designed program. I'd say phrasing, but it's not quite the same thing. It's a statement that has a legitimately clean way of interpreting it in the same context, in this exact context. But the fact that he's doing it makes it sound dirty. And it was like, how can I say? It was the first time I was ever able to talk like that with a normal girl. She's definitely not a normal girl.
What?
And when all she did was talk about my hobbies and stuff, she wasn't annoyed or disgusted or anything. His stories are so interesting. Setting aside that it's still kind of lurchy and crude, and it's creepy when people model them after real people. The idea of using AI chat programs as sort of surrogate humans for the purposes of some social interactions is going to be an interesting thing in the near future. Because you already see companies that are like, oh, make your ideal partner with your own chat program kind of stuff. And it's presented in a very cringy fashion. And like I said, you hear a lot of stories of people like, oh, make this person act like this person. That's who I want to talk to. Giant air quotes. But I wonder what we're going to see of that showing up next. What sort of social trends or anti-social trends will arise? What will be the new thing that the quote-unquote older generation complains about the youth of today doing that they did not do, or had to change great elevations in colder climates in order to accomplish? Come on, tell me more. I want to learn everything you have to teach me.
I suppose.
First time a girl's ever said anything like that to me. Besides my mom, I mean.
Hey.
Your mom says stuff like that to you? It's kind of amazing all by itself. I was just so happy. It was so much fun. And before I knew it, I found myself, liking her. Her face, her personality, her voice. And then he makes it creepy again by saying, even her keyboard.
Well...
Even the keyboard? Quick, get the hand sanitizer. I think you have misunderstood the situation,
Are
Hifumi.
you okay with this?
Alter Ego was not interested in who you were, it was interested in what you knew. It is an artificial intelligence. It exists to learn. Of course, it wanted to hear things it did not know. You're an expert in many things Chihiro could not have taught it about for what that is worth.
Honestly.
Alter Ego wants that information. That is all.
I know that.
I do know that, but still. Are you saying it's totally hopeless? You gotta be freaking kidding me.
F you.
And he comes. With his PG-13 loud swearing. You jerks, I'm sitting here listening to you guys jibber jabber on about whatever.
Yo.
Oh, Taka, are you back? Who the hell is Taka? You are. Listen up, I'm me, got it? Would this be... This would be like the ego or something like that, wouldn't it? Like one of the lower levels of personality? One of those weird hierarchies.
What the heck?
You're who?
What?
Don't bullcrap me, isn't it obvious? Gotta keep that, Gotta keep that PG-13 rating. Gotta tone it down. Kiyotaka and Mondo. So, like, Kyondo, I guess. So, we're just, like, further solidifying the concept that's sort of a tongue-in-cheek joke that Mondo and Taka were a couple by not only doing the, like, celebrity couple name by jamming their names together, but also having him refer to himself as a single entity as such said couple. The merger of their beings physically. That doesn't help either. What the heck kind of fusion is this? Anybody else kind of want to see Mondo and Hirotaka do the fusion dance? What's happened to you, Taka? Actually, told everyone what had happened the day before.
Well then.
So, because of what Alter Ego said to him, you sure it's Alter Ego's fault? Maybe Mondo's ghost showed up and possessed him. There's no such thing as ghosts. What are y'all whining about? Come on.
What?
You're really cheesing me off. Hey, Hifumi. Yes?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're thinking, but
F you.
bro belongs to me. Huh?
Yeah.
Alter Ego. He's an exact copy of the one who gave me my soul back. I'm not gonna let anyone else have him ever again. Fudgin' idiot. I'm afraid I can't allow that. What?
So it would seem.
I can't withdraw. Mr. Ishimaru, since I have this opportunity, let me say this right now.
That's it. I'm
Destiny
sure
has
it's-
bound me and her together in the Gordian knot of true love. Well, me and him have been melded together in the white-hot heat of friendship. Still not helping. Hey, come on, you guys. Talk down to me and I'll ram my fist right into all 4 of your vital points.
Completely unforgivable.
I punch at the speed of sound, and I don't have any arm hair, so there's no drag. There's this amazing build-up that's happening, and I kind of want it to be, rising music, dramatic, fiery flowing backgrounds, culminated by no music and a still frame of the bathroom with them slap fighting at each other furiously.
Enough already.
Knock it off, both of you.
Hey,
This doesn't belong to any one person. Chihiro left him to all of us. We can use them to finally gain access to vital clues. Yoko's right. If anyone dares disturb our peace any further, they'll have to deal with me. Lex.
anyway.
Until Alter Ego has finished their work, don't do anything weird. Have I made myself clear?
So,
I can't hear you.
I suppose.
Yeah.
So then,
It is amusing. Hirotaka has essentially become somebody with Mondo's like overblown aggression, but Hirotaka's uptightness. Kind of expect him to beat someone near to death while calling them a poopy head. Can't afford to linger too long. You sure it's okay to let them off with a warning?
indeed.
Yes, I have a plan. It'll be fine. After watching Hifumi and Taka leave dejected, we all went back to our rooms. It's still morning, but because of everything that's happened, I'm tired already. I have to just pull myself together. So what will I do with the rest of my day? Well, we started interacting with Hirotaka, so back to that. This button, that button. Before I forget, let's spend an inordinate amount of time at the gacha machine. Cup noodle. Donuts. Trying to burn them up a little quickly here. The baseball clock. We need to make sure that we have enough that we can do some heavy bribing. Disconcerting objects. Is that like a black croissant? TV. Writing pen. A portable gaming system. Some sunflower seeds, maybe? A vice clamp, I guess. Surely an authentic diamond ring. I have no idea what those are. A fax machine. Sort of sign or a talisman of some kind. Luggage. All right, many bribes obtained. Where you hiding, friend? Okay. Same spot. You kind of expect to see the little white flames and hear the little thrumming sound from Dragon Ball, you know?
Yeah.
Got something to say to me? Well, I ain't got poop to say to you. Poop. I should leave him alone. Oh, no. That is unfortunate. That is potentially a wasted interaction day. Gonna go on a murder spree with me?
What?
Want me to kill you or something?
Totally not
I've
adorable.
been close to getting me heated up. Time I spent with the murderous fiend was almost valuable. Did I just get a little closer to Genocide Jack? Yes, definitely. I wonder if the writing pen will God of War charm. Okay. Roller slippers. Okay, I can see that. Little Heelys in slipper form. Emperor's thong. The fun plane. Trying to think what that might be a how the naming would be a riff there. If facts. This just brought me back to my senses. Who'd ever be happy with crappy junk like this? I think she was too happy with that. That was probably only usable when she was not Genocide Jack. We teleport once more. Shadow should be in the vicinity out here somewhere. There we go. Yes, it is a good idea. Hey, if you don't mind hanging out with a serial killer, I don't mind hanging out with a chump. Genocide Jack and I killed some time together. Okay, well, we know the writing pen is not the right option. How about those shears? Is this? It's a bomb disguised as a present. You're working with everyone else to try and kill me. Allow me to return the favor. I think I made her mad. She is much more difficult to make happy. Ding dong. Bing bong. 10 p.m. It's nighttime. We're closing doors. Go to sleep. Don't get bitten by bugs. Nighttime already. I guess I'll just go to bed for today. Monokuma Theater. Now we have like the little sort of semi-shrine thing. Little pedestal with the little seal paper, whatever it is, the little folded paper rope looking thingy. I'm the kind of guy I don't want to celebrate a new year. I want to celebrate the dawn of every new day, because every new day deserves celebrating.
Once
So,
again, Happy New Day!
Happy New Day. It's not a terrible philosophy, but it is coming from a little murder bear, so do with that what you will.
Good morning, everyone. It is not yet.
It's morning.
ready
Get
to
up. I don't know if it's faster to use the map teleport or what.
Oh,
Taka and Kyoko are not here today.
You know?
Kyoko is still on guard duty, probably. No idea about Taka.
Damnation!
May as well just forget about that guy.
so,
You don't have to get so mad.
You know?
They're rivals in love. What are you gonna do? Well, I mean... So Taka and Mondo became just generally rivals initially. Like they butted heads. And then after they sweated it out together, they became close. So are we going to see that with, you know, the Taka 2.0 and Hifumi? Don't put me on the same level as that virgin. I might catch his virginity.
But
My guess is you're already infected. Wait, can you really catch it? Stop being vulgar. Let's eat breakfast. As soon as my hand approached my food... That voice... Doors to the dining hall exploded open and a figure appeared.
So in the end,
So it's you, Genocide Jack, and...
that's enough.
Don't bother asking why we arrived at the same time. The answer should be obvious. I'll give you a hint. I'm wearing red lingerie today. I don't think anyone wanted to know. Fantastic, but now we're dealing with, you know, the Taka-Mondo fusion entity. Who seems to be more Mondo than Taka. The Taka aspect seems to just tone down Mondo's swearing. Huh?
Have you reached
What's
that
your top
certain
power
age?
level? Like... What's your top power level? Like 35, 22, 33? Her scouter can read measurements. Start out big on top to try and look thinner down south.
SOB!
Look at your melons. They're seriously gargantuan. You dunk them in milk every night or something. What? I mean, we shouldn't assume Genocide Jill's, worldview is any more stable. But still.
Ooh.
You're starting to freak me out.
No forgiveness.
If you lay a finger on Hina, I will show you no mercy. So, what do you want? Surely you're not here to join us for breakfast.
Naturally.
Of course not. I came to hear a story. A story. A story that nobody's bothered to tell me yet. Talking about alter ego? Sorry, but we can't talk about that right now.
What?
Why not? Because of certain circumstances. Up until now, you haven't given a crap about anything, and now you're all concerned? I don't buy it.
It's all clear now.
I've just made a decision. When we get out of here, I'm going to feed your body to the vultures. What kind of messed up dictator are you?
What?
Isn't this a democracy? Or would you exclude those who don't fit into your tyrannical majority? I mean... Do you really want to invoke democracy here, Byakuya? Because I feel like you're going to get voted out. Not what we're doing.
That's fine.
Whatever, if nothing else, tell me what's going on with Taka. When I saw him yesterday, I happened to notice something seemed off, so I was curious.
Indeed.
Taka has become utterly useless. Celeste, you don't have to say it like that. Well, he's gone from catatonic, which was kind of useless, to trying very hard to be Mondo, which is still useless.
I see.
Did his spirit collapse or something? Was he unable to withstand this environment? Those men who clothe themselves in the cheap fabric of justice are often the first to fall. But perhaps that will make things all the more interesting. Interesting.
Such ignorance.
Let me leave you with a bit of advice. Don't come to rely on false camaraderie, or you'll reap its bitter reward.
What the heck?
That's why you came? To give us that amazing advice? Seems I'm unwelcome here, then I'll grant your desire and remove myself.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Stop talking.
You don't need to come with me.
Yep.
You don't have to play hard to get, Master. You can just play hard. It doesn't make any sense. Byakuya started to slowly back out of the room. Slowly back out of the room. He started picking up speed, and soon he was sprinting out of the dining hall. He ran away. So now he's running hard to get. I see. Wait. Ah, couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. And based on her behavior, I think it wouldn't have happened to a nicer guy. So at the end there, what was that all about? Just now, Byakuya was like, maybe he's like the mean guy who starts acting different or getting all flustered when things change. Guess so. Those of us left in the dining hall finished our breakfast, then we went back to our rooms. Free time. All right. Where's she hiding this time? Same spot as before.
Yes, yes.
Feels so nice to be able to act like my normal murderous self in public. Bonsai to personal freedom. Is it really a good idea? Yes, it is. Oh, by the way, how are you doing today, Tess? Glad you could join us. Oh, perfect. I was starting to get totally irritated at not being able to kill anyone. So if I can't kill, at least I can beat the ever-loving crap out of something. Genocide Jack chased me around the school, her fists flailing. Is there something I can give her that doesn't infuriate her? Flotation donut. We've got a couple of these. Presents out of nowhere. Getting all flustered. This is not what I expected to work, but like we tried giving her the pen because of her Choco personality, which she didn't like. We tried giving her the shears and she assumed we were trying to trick her with a bomb shaped like scissors. But apparently it's lingerie. That's what she wants. Oops. Yeah. Where your friend died. By friend, I mean the one that tried to kill you. Ball.
Yep.
Give a toot about you. Where'd Master go? Tell me or I'll kill you. Right? You can help me track him down. I like how it's contextual for the character and what they're calling out. It's not just like, oh, I hung out with them for a little bit. It's you're playing along with her crazy. Yes. Wonder if you can actually become friends with Genocide Jill. Something by the door. Click. Slip of paper on the floor by the door. Someone must have slipped it under my door. Meet in the dining hall. The handwriting is really good. To want to meet up so suddenly. Who wrote it? And why? What's the point of calling me out like this? Kind of nervous, but there's no way I can't check it out now. Yes, there is. You know, free will and all that. It's not so much that Makoto disregards the rules, like, you know, marches to the beat of his own drum. I think it's just his brain leaves now and again. His body just shambles around trying to catch up.
Yo.
Oh, Makoto. Hero, then the letter I found in my room. Yep, I wrote it. Your handwriting is really nice. Well, I was always taught that if you had bad penmanship, a ghost would come and haunt you. Who taught you that? And why did you want to meet with me? Oh, I just did what Kyoko asked me. Kyoko?
Actually,
I'm just an errand boy on this. Anyway, what do you say to a late-night bath session? Huh?
you know?
Alright, let's do it. No, I was totally lost. Hero grabbed me by the shoulder, pulled me close, and whispered into my ear.
For serious.
It's all an act, so the mastermind won't notice. Everyone's waiting in the bathhouse. You know, like every other time we've been doing this, keep up. What? Then, did Alter Ego finish their search? You got it, Hero. Let's go take a dip together. Probably louder than I needed to be. It's that absolutely not nonchalant. Oh, yes, I understand. Wink. Let us go and do that. And then sort of goose step out of the room in a very lurching fashion. I am subtle. Like Hirotaka has turned into Vegeta before he dyes his hair black and lets it grow out. As soon as I got to the dressing room, an angry voice echoed out.
F you.
How long are you going to keep us waiting? I also like how his eye flames have, if nothing else, simply augmented his already giant eyebrows. Taka's irritated voice pierced the air as he stared pointedly at his wristwatch. Almost 10 o'clock, you know that? Bedtime for all the good little boys and girls. There's the Taka half speaking. Shut up.
What?
You say you want me to make you cry, little girl. Taka, he seems to be even worse off than I'd heard. Well, maybe it's a good thing. Maybe he's finally started to grow a personality. A lot of poop falling out of that mouth of yours, you know that?
What the heck?
How rude. A maggot like you has no right to speak that way to our heaven-sent master.
Oh,
Are you already back to your normal gloomy self? Can hardly keep track at this point. Shut up.
Hey, come on.
Anyway, everyone's here, right? Then my messenger duty is complete.
Hey,
You wanted us all to meet here, right, Kyoko? So what are we doing here?
How about that?
Isn't it obvious? It's got to have something to do with Alter Ego, right?
that's right.
Yeah, totally. Did he finally find a clue? What is it? A way out? The mastermind's true identity? Click. It's gone. Gone. I came here a little earlier to check up on things, and that's when I discovered Alter Ego, the laptop, had disappeared. Dun dun. What?
No way!
You're kidding, right?
Oh,
What? She's gone?
You.
You can't be fudging serious. What'd you do with him? Was it the mastermind? Did they finally notice what we were up to?
wrong.
I told Alter Ego to yell if anyone he didn't recognize appeared. If it was the mastermind, I'm sure they would have alerted us.
Well,
Maybe we just missed it?
however,
I was in the laundry room right next door all day. There's no way I couldn't have heard it. If it wasn't the mastermind, then the solution to this particular mystery is obvious. It could only have been him.
without a doubt.
Mr. Ishimaru, you stole her, didn't you? What? I'm the ultimate moral compass. I would never do something like that. I don't think it counts when you say it about yourself like that.
F you.
You're the suspicious one here. You're nothing but a big jiggling sack of fat. Jiggling. Shows what you know. This isn't my true form. I still have 3 more transformations left.
Damnation!
Wait, I mean, it wasn't me. Everyone knows you're the thief. No, you.
You're serious.
Well, I'm sure it was one of you, so whoever did it, just hurry up and confess.
Wrong.
No, there's no way either one of them did it. Huh?
So,
I told Alter Ego to yell if either Taka or Hifumi came into the dressing room.
What?
What? It was a countermeasure against the clear danger that one of them might come for it. But I never heard any yell.
indeed.
Exactly, which means it wasn't them.
But
Then who was it?
So that's it.
The fundamental circumstances are becoming clear. If it wasn't the mastermind and it wasn't Taka or Hifumi, then quite simply, it was someone else. Brilliant deduction, Sherlock. Tell us more of your reasoning. Makoto, Celeste, Sakura, Hina, Toko, or myself. One of us must be the thief. Again. For as clever as they point him out to be, so far he's using process of elimination. Like, it wasn't these two, so that leaves, one of the remaining people. One of these people that I will now individually name in sequence to make it sound like I had something further to say. One of the remaining people is who I'm saying. Has to be the thief. The thief who is one of the remaining people. Pause for applause.
That's terrible.
Now, would any of us want to steal Alter Ego? How about this for a reason? There is a traitor among us. Huh? One of us is working for the mastermind. A spy. And that's the one who stole Alter Ego. Can you deny the possibility? It can't be. I've actually been thinking for some time now that there might be a spy among us. The mastermind brought someone in to help keep things moving smoothly. Spy for the mastermind? A traitor. No, it's impossible. Something that horrible. There's no way. Said the kid trapped in a murder game. Nothing that horrible could possibly happen.
What?
Why do you not speak? Are you struck silent by your inability to comprehend such a possibility?
Say what?
I don't care. I don't care who Someone, anyone, save her. Please rescue her. I'm begging you. I just want to see her smiling face again.
Damn it!
I think the horrible flames are drying his eyes out and making them a bit irritated. They've gone all runny. How many times do they have to kill Bro before they're happy? I'll beg, I'll scrape my head across the ground, just please give him back.
So,
This is pretty messed up, but I think I kind of get how they feel.
at the very least.
I think Alter Ego is most likely still safe, for the moment at least.
Yes, indeed.
If they wanted to destroy it, they wouldn't have taken it. They would have done it right here.
I see.
So you're saying that whoever did it has something else in mind for them? Something else?
Damn it!
That doesn't matter. Nothing else matters. No matter what it takes, I'm gonna get him back. It's my promise as a man.
I swear, I will save her!
Using the power of love. Ding dong. Bing bong.
This is a school announcement.
Nighttime
As
now.
such, it is officially soon the doors to the dining hall will... Okay then.
Go
Sweet.
to sleep.
There
Nighttime.
is nothing to be done.
It's unfortunate, but we'll have to leave the search for tomorrow. For now, everyone get some sleep. How can you be so casual? We don't have time to wait around. What good are you if you're too tired? You'll be much more effective after a good night's sleep. Who gives a crap about effective? We're talking about our feelings here.
Calm down.
A very angry sharing circle. Anything we do at night brings a higher chance of the mastermind noticing us. Celeste is right. We should begin our investigation tomorrow morning. What do you think, Makoto? I agree with you. If we run around tonight in a panic, the mastermind is sure to notice and we won't get anything done. Taka, Hifumi, I know how you feel right now, but it's best if, just for tonight, you can try to endure it. So
This is
angry,
fine.
so despondent. And let us part for today. We will begin our search for Alter Ego in the morning. And you should think about what I said. Someone may very well be a spy for the mastermind. Alter Ego, gone as quickly as they appeared. We finally discovered some small measure of hope, but even that was taken away from us, and we couldn't even put up a fight. We were given hope, and then when that hope was taken away, despair. It's just like what the mastermind is doing to us. Then, could it really be true? Whoever stole Alter Ego, could they really be working for the mastermind? If that's true, it can't be. There's no way. Didn't even realize I'd yelled that out loud. Scary thing isn't the idea of someone spying on us. What's really scary is the idea that we're starting to doubt each other again. That scares me more than anything. Threw myself into bed trying to shake off all those unsettling thoughts. Before long, I fell into a restless sleep. Murder is a word whose definition changes with time, with place, and with society. If murder is evidence of abnormality, then all of history's greatest heroes must have been abnormal.
normal than the ones they don't.
That's an interesting sentiment, and I would like you to actually explain it, please. Ding dong. Bing bong.
Good morning, everyone! It is now 7 a.m., and nighttime is officially over. Time to rise and shine! Get ready to greet another
Morning, get up. Today we have to look for alter ego. Found myself in surprisingly high spirits and hurried to the dining hall. I found out what was waiting for me there for me. This it? What happened to the others? Aren't they coming? There were only 3 people in the dining hall: Sakura, Hina, and Kyoko. So, including me, only 4 people. Well done, Makoto. Well done. 3 plus 1 is 4. You're doing so well. Like, I appreciate their attempts at melodrama. But they could do a little bit better about having characters not shout out things that are not just painfully obvious, but are rudimentary. Byakuya's very confidently and condescendingly talking, like giving a name list of the people standing there. Like, it could have been any one of these people that is not one of the 2 people that we mentioned it couldn't be. Yeah. That's what that means. Or right here, you know, Makoto saying there's 3 people here, so including me, that makes 4. Gasp. That's why I hate people who take their sweet time with everything.
However,
Anyway, let's wait a little longer for the others. So we decided to wait in case anyone else showed up. No matter how long we waited. So it's 8 o'clock. We've been waiting here a full hour. Why haven't the others come?
'Cause, I mean,
Hiro and Celeste have never missed a day until now. What I'm really worried about is Hifumi and Taka. They were more eager than anyone to look for alter ego, and they're not here.
it can't be.
Something must have happened.
It
Huh?
would seem...
I was careless. I was too distracted by alter ego. But Monokuma gave us a motive. There was no way something wouldn't eventually happen. Monokuma's motive. Monies.
$10 million! I've prepared this graduation present for whichever lucky student makes it out of here alive. What do you think? It's 10 million bucks! 10 million smackaroos! It's like totally wowie, wow, wow, am I right?
Monokuma is such a well-done character as far as sort of the evil manic pixie, you know? Don't tell me someone did something for money. That's what I wanted to say, but I didn't bother. I already understood. I understood, and I hated that I did. You can never really know another person completely. Anything can happen here, and you can't consider it strange. Not really.
Hey,
There's some actual insight. We need to go look for the people who never showed up. Okay, let's go track them down. In another word, we left the dining hall.
hey,
We can cover more ground if we split up. Sakura, you go check the dorms. Make sure to check all of our rooms. Koto, you check the first floor of the school. Meanwhile, I'll check the second.
Okay.
Guess I'll check the third.
Anyway,
Don't take any risks. If anything happens, call for help right away.
but
If anything happens, scream real loud so we know you're dead. Really hope nothing happens. So do I.
Well then.
Okay, let's go. Anxiety was written across each of our faces as we went our separate ways. Without hesitating, I rushed to the first floor of the school. Need to look around the first floor. Okay, real quickly, folks, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back. And we're back. Ember has arrived for attention, though. But yeah. Very chill day, don't you think? I just spent, my video editing has been a bit frustrating. There we go. We have found cat. Video editing was a bit frustrating. I'm hoping I can correct whatever the rendering engine doesn't like. Part of the overlay has, decided that it doesn't want to work, which prevents the whole video from being rendered. Hey there, Wizzy. Welcome, welcome. We have Sammy on camera. Gasp. How have you been, Wizzy? It was Hina. She's supposed to be checking the 3rd floor. Go up the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. Right away, I saw her standing there in the hallway.
Please.
Doing okay? Doing okay, Wizzy? Been pretty tired lately, but working through that. What's wrong? It's awful. The rec room door was open. When I looked inside, I saw... What did you see? I'd better go get the others, right? I'm gonna go get them. You go on ahead. Before I could say anything, she was rushing downstairs. The rec room? What did she see in there? At this point, I was used to acting without thinking, so without thinking, I leapt into the rec room. Yep, that matches Makoto's MO. We've been pretty much playing detective games top to bottom here lately, Wizzy. Thing I saw when I got into the rec room was Celeste all beat up, apparently. Celeste, and she was hurt. Let's see, we've got pool cues. Some sort of mallet. The Monokuma jars have not been disturbed. Makoto. Celeste, what happened? I was stupid. I got attacked. By who? I'm not sure. Some sort of strange man. Strange man? A suspicious person whose existence is so unusual, I can't help but call him strange. That's not helpful. Try again. Without a doubt, it was some sort of strange, suspicious individual. That still doesn't help Celeste. Try again. That man attacked me with the hammer on the ground there. What is this? Justice Hammer 1. The head of the hammer, the ends of the head, look a bit plush. We've got like a little red plastic handle at the end of probably aluminum frame with looks like more of a plastic brace around it. Again, the the blue bits on the head of the hammer look kind of like felt. Some kind of wooden hammer or something. Pretty strange design. Writing on the head. Justice Hammer 1. It's the hammer he attacked me with. Barely managed to avoid the blow, but I stumbled and fell. I now curse my lack of daily exercise. So you were attacked with this. Justice Hammer 1. Makoto, Celeste.
Okay.
I found Sakura. The way they present Sakura here, I almost expect for her to be periodically going through flex poses. You know, Celeste exclaimed, "Flex, what on earth?" Change flex pose. Happened here. Change flex pose. Apparently she was attacked by some kind of strange man. A strange man? Tell us everything you can remember, Celeste. Be as detailed as you can. Well, it all happened earlier this morning. I woke up a little before 7 a.m. Nighttime was not yet over. But I knew it was about to end, so I decided it would be okay if I decided to take a stroll around the first floor. I understand now that was a mistake. Anyway, that is where I first saw the strange man. I was immediately wary of him. He was obviously suspicious, so I decided to follow him in secret. Not that I doubt that she tried, but full goth Lolita maid with giant twin tails, and, you know, she's got to have, like, clacky heels in whatever footwear she's wearing. With very open hallways, especially on the first floor, does not make for stealth. As I followed, I saw him go into the rec room. I tried to peek through the gap in the door, which is when he noticed me, and it's when you were attacked. It happened after 7 a.m., just after nighttime had ended. So if it happened just after 7 o'clock, then it was just about an hour ago, right when we were all meeting in the dining hall. The attack caused me to lose consciousness, which would mean I was unconscious for about an hour. I'm glad you weren't hurt too badly. This is because I begged and groveled for my life. You did.
As for me,
I told him I would do anything if he spared me. I offered to lick his boots, whatever it took.
I see.
So you were willing to throw away all of your pride.
indeed.
It is a necessary skill for survival. Anyway, the important thing now is that we go search for the suspicious individual. I feel like it's really significant that this is a suspicious individual. Like, they have no features whatsoever. They are merely suspicious looking. Like, what are we talking about here? Because I'm getting some real, roll up the windows and lock the doors vibes from Celeste right now. Just really suspicious, you know? I was afraid. What do you mean, a serious problem? When I looked in the rec room, I saw that the suspicious man was not alone. He had with him Hifumi. Hifumi? After he attacked me, he dragged Hifumi away.
What?
I mean, Hifumi was kidnapped. Well, we have learned something about the suspicious man now. They have superhuman strength. Either that or we have a second Sakura walking around, which I think is equivalent. Listen, Celeste, did anything in particular stand out about this strange guy? Tell us anything. Did anything stand out? Well, rather than trying to explain it, it would probably be faster if I simply showed you. Showed us?
Indeed.
This is Hifumi's hand-me-down, his digital camera. You don't mean...
Actually,
Was able to photograph the suspicious individual without him realizing.
Huh?
Seriously? Let's see it. I would tell you not to be shocked, but I fear it would do you no good. That strange comment in mind, we all looked at the camera. Okay. I mean, I get that, like, she's having trouble articulating exactly what she saw. Like, oh, it was really weird, but man in giant robot costume, I think, would have been more viable than suspicious, don't you? Given what we know of Celeste, like, how articulate Celeste is, somebody in a giant robot costume really should have come more easily to her than he was just so suspicious, I can't even tell you. So the R and the J there on the arms is crude in comparison. What? Well, you were definitely right about the strange part. Their face is totally covered. That a robot costume? As I said, a very strange and suspicious individual, yes? So this weird robot guy dragged Hifumi away? I took this right after being attacked. In other words, a full hour ago. Which is why if we don't hurry, it could become a serious problem.
I see.
I believe I understand what happened. Well, no, there is much I don't understand, but... The point is, someone dressed like that dragged Hifumi away. And it happened over an hour ago.
just a second.
This is bad. We have to hurry. Celeste, do you know where this mysterious man went?
Let's see.
When they left the rec room, they headed left.
I see.
That's true. They were headed towards the stairs leading down to the second floor. And he must be down there, right? Second floor. That's where Kyoko was supposed to be. Huh. Speaking of which, why isn't Kyoko here? Sorry, I didn't have time to go look for her.
This is bad.
The strange man did head to the second floor. Kyoko might run into him. We have to hurry. Kyoko's in danger. Even though Kyoko doesn't... Even though Kyoko doesn't present as powerful like Sakura or athletic or anything like that, she is the type that would probably have a jerry-rigged taser in her coat or something like that. I would be more concerned for the person trying to ambush Kyoko than anything else. As soon as the words were out of my mouth, we all rushed out of the room and down to the second floor. Hey, you two. What's going on? What's all the fuss? Yeah, you guys playing a game or something?
What are you saying?
Does it freaking look like we're playing a game? Listen, have either of you seen Kyoko or Hifumi?
You gotta be kidding.
Nope, sure haven't. Are they on this floor? We just got here ourselves. I heard some kind of uproar, so I came running. We came here together.
Stop talking.
No, you're just stalking me. Anyway, can you guys help us look for them?
What?
Why? What happened? There's no time now. We'll explain later.
That's fine.
Well, fine. It sounds like something interesting is going on.
Okay.
Fumi, Kyoko, if you can hear me, say something. Her voice echoed down the hall in vain. Huh?
Oh,
Did you hear something? Maybe. I think it came from the library. To the library. We opened the door to the library. It hurts. We found Hifumi seriously injured. Are you okay? Glad to see you're still alive. It's super bad, though. Look at all the blood.
What?
How did you get hurt? That guy hit me. What guy? Robo Justice. Or that's what I decided to call him just now.
What did you say?
What are you talking about? It's a hammer, just like the one Celeste was attacked with in the rec room. But this one is Justice Hammer 2. I mean, maybe they're just trying to point out that the end of the hammer is coarse. Like, one of the stereotyped cartoon mallets, how they always have, like, a lumpier end to them to indicate the wear and tear. Still looks like it's kind of felted to me. On top of that, this one is actually a little bigger than the first one. It does look like it. He attacked me with that hammer. He bonked me right on the head with it.
well.
Hammer that big, I'm surprised you're still okay. I'm not okay. Look at all this blood.
Hey.
Protein helps heal wounds, you know. Would you like some? Maybe they're doing Yakuza rules, and they're just gonna... She's just gonna take the powder out and rub it right into the wounds. That'll heal it up good. At least a fifth of his health. Never heard such a thing. Are you sure it isn't just you? Bet that's how she closed her bare wounds. This just keeps getting stranger. Guy was Robo Justice. This Robo Justice you are referring to is... This, is it not?
What the hell am I looking at?
This is the one that attacked Celeste and Hifumi. Isn't that right, Hifumi? That's him, I'm sure of it. Robo Justice.
It can't be.
Robo Justice, huh? Just keeps getting stranger. It's him. A robot of justice, huh? Now things are really starting to get exciting. What kind of special moves does it have? Can it fly? Can it combine?
What?
Why is he here?
Are you okay with this?
Let us not concern ourselves with him. What we need to do now is get Hifumi to the nurse's office right away. Whatever else we do, he needs to be treated as soon as possible.
Yeah.
You're right, let's go. We moved Hifumi to the nurse's office on the first floor so we could take care of his injuries. How you feeling, Hifumi? You want me to take a look at you? I'm okay. I think it stopped bleeding. Still kind of dizzy though.
So then,
Perhaps you should rest here for a while.
I suppose.
Well then.
The rest of us should get back to looking for that mystery assailant
yes, indeed.
before another victim appears. The Justice Hammers seem to be increasing in size. First one, and now two.
So in other words,
If there is a Justice Hammer 3, we can only assume it is even bigger than the first two. Got hit with anything bigger than that, you'd be dead for sure. Tell us what happened to you, Hifumi. I woke up early this morning and started looking for alter ego ahead of everyone else. I went to the 3rd floor, and that's where the strange costumed man attacked me. That must be what I witnessed at around 7 this morning. After that, he dragged me to the library, and whack, down came the hammer. Must have been 30 or 40 minutes ago. At around 7:30. In other words, we would have still been in the dining hall. Means Hina, Sakura, and I were together, and Kyoko was still with us. That is weird phrasing. Like, Hina, Sakura, and I were together in the room. Kyoko was there too, but Kyoko is excluded from the group of we were there in the room. We were there in the room together. She is and she was there too. It's Makoto doing she's not with us. So we all have alibis. I was in the laundry room, doing my laundry. Yes! His black underwear is as black as the pitch black darkness of the blackest night.
What?
Why do you know that? Isn't it obvious? Because I was peeking. The real question is, when was she peeking? Was it just then in the laundry room as he was washing said undies? Or was it before? So that means Byakuya and Toko were together at the time, meaning they also have alibis. The only ones who don't have alibis for when Celeste and Hifumi were attacked are the only 2 we haven't seen yet, Hiro and Taka. That's it, right?
Very strange.
By the way, what happened to Kyoko? I haven't seen her anywhere. She was supposed to be checking the 2nd floor, but I didn't see her up there at all. Where could she have disappeared to? She disappeared, huh? What a strange woman.
So that's it.
She might be exactly as I suspected. Hold on. Kyoko was with us in the dining hall when Celeste and Hifumi were attacked. So, I'm not talking about who attacked them.
In other words,
I'm referring to what we talked about last night, who the mastermind spy might be. You saying Kyoko's working for the mastermind? That's not possible.
what?
Isn't it? This woman, who seems almost eager to handle dead bodies, hasn't even revealed her true identity.
Hey.
Save this discussion for later. Right now, we need to focus on finding the suspicious individual. Really is, the way that they're talking about the suspicious individual really gives me the same sort of feel as whenever the scientists and commanders in Earth Defense Force are talking about a creature. Like, there are clearer descriptors they could use for it, both in name and appearance. And yet, they choose the ones that completely obfuscate what you're dealing with. Like, the person in the robot costume. Even calling it Robo-Justice, like Hifumi did, is better than the individual. We still have to focus on finding that guy. Not terribly useful, Sakura.
Okay.
If we don't hurry, there's only going to be more victims. That might be why Kyoko and Taka and Hiro haven't shown up yet. She's right, we have to do something about that mystery man first. Worry about me, I'll catch up with you guys after I rest for a bit. Understood. Understood. Take care of yourself.
Well then.
Let's go. Whoever that is running around, why are they wearing that weird costume? Don't bother looking for a reason from a deviant.
What to do? What to do?
So, what are we gonna do? Split up and look around? I feel like Byakuya was doing that, looking back over his shoulder and saying something derisive. But the fact that it switched over to Genocide Jill immediately followed the, from a deviant, it seems like that was intentional. Like, he was staring at her when he said that. Our opponent is very dangerous. We don't know what they're capable of, even here.
What?
What's wrong? I saw a shadow. Something moving around at the top of the stairs. Really? Up on the second floor, then. You won't get away from me. Arr. They all shot towards the stairs. Must be around here somewhere. Let's split up and corner him. Come here. Come here. Gotta intercept Sky before he goes into full nuisance mode. Come on. Come on. Massage his cheeks a little bit. Back of his head and neck. And get all cozy. Don't take any chances. As soon as you find him, call out, and I'll come running. Hey, but what should we yell?
Just a second.
Sakura, I found him. Try that. Anything, it doesn't matter.
So then,
Okay.
what are you saying?
Whatever you want. Just yell loud enough that we can hear you. Never heard such a reaction. Mr. Robot, where are you hiding? If you don't come out, we're gonna decommission you. Spread out in every direction to track down the costume suspect. Like how they spread out in every direction, but most of the floors are linear. So worst case, it would be a room clearing, a straight line room clearing operation. Since most of the places don't even have rooms on both sides. Move forward, check the room. Move forward, check the room. Or to the girls' locker room. I have no way of unlocking it. Only unlocked for murder investigations. I'm impressed that they managed to clear the bloodstains off the poster. Dream. Had to be Celeste. Came from the floor above. She's on the third floor.
Everyone.
Over here, everyone. Everyone who heard the scream had come running.
Second.
What's wrong? It was a rather intense scream for someone like you. Saw him, the strange costumed man. Ran off as soon as I screamed. Was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared. Must be down this hall. Come on, let's go. What is it now? Is this supposed to be a Dragon Ball reference? I can't remember her name now. But she was a character that showed up for a little while. She normally had like blue hair and was really nice, the stereotypical housewife character. But she would switch into kind of a rampage mode. I thought if she sneezed. Like guns out, shoot people kind of rampage. I think that was a character.
Huh?
It's really true. But that doesn't matter right now. Huh? What was that? Came from downstairs. That must have been Hifumi in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back.
What?
What about the suspect? Gone to all this trouble to capture him, right? Why don't we split into 2 groups?
It's all clear now.
I'll lead the hunting party. That seems much more interesting.
So then,
Okay, well then, Makoto and Hina, you come with me to the nurse's office. I'll leave the capture the suspicious individual to Toko, Sakura, and Byakuya.
So then.
We'll handle it. Just take care of Hifumi. With that, we split into 2 groups. Me, Celeste, and Hina all ran downstairs to the first floor.
just a second.
He's in the nurse's office. Let's go. We stormed into the nurse's office, and what greeted us was a world of dripping crimson. Oh, he dead. It would seem. Everything was covered in red. And in the center of all this red was... Hifumi?
No!
Gasp!
What the?
Looks like something very bad has happened. Certainly was not expecting this. Did not imagine that Hifumi would be murdered. And he's got some spindly legs. Like his arms are semi-proportional for his body, but his legs kind of have this toothpicks under an avocado kind of look. Murdered? You're not serious, are you? He's not really dead, is he? Ding dong, ding dong. Oh, he dead.
body has been discovered. After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
What the? One would assume that that Hamster Man there had a very long and fruitful life for a hamster. That was the body discovery announcement. Yeah, it was. Everybody's observation skills are firing on all cylinders tonight. The body discovery announcement. 3 or more people discover a body after the murder. That's what plays. Since we just heard it, that means... It must mean Hifumi. Someone killed him. One of us. One of us? And look at that. When Celeste said that, she pointed to something. Something on the floor. Something that had also been on the floor after the last 2 surprise attacks. Another hammer. Justice Hammer 3. Come on, reboot, reboot. There we go. It's even bigger than the other 2. Just as suspected. 1 strike from that and you're finished. And the killer... There can be no doubt, the suspicious individual, going by what Hifumi called him, the culprit must be Robo-Justice. Whoever's hiding in that costume is the one that killed Hifumi. But wait. You saw him on the 3rd floor, right? Running back into the hall? So how did he end up in the nurse's office? You're not saying they, like, teleported or something, right?
Are you okay with this?
We can figure that part out later. Right now, we have to tell the others. You're right.
So then...
Then shall we go? Hina, snap out of it. Huh? What? First glance? Well, the two characters that we haven't had any that haven't been spotted so far are Hero and it's Hero, Oracle Boy, and Taka. Taka is the obvious culprit in this, as far as what you would think, since Taka was in direct rivalry with Hifumi. So I can't put it past them that they might pick the obvious culprit. But we also can't rule out Hero there, because we did hear that he blew a lot of money on very scammy stuff. So maybe he was in debt or something like that, out in the real world, beyond the murder game. So maybe the money tipped him over, and he took this opportunity of the rivalry between Hifumi and Taka to strike at a victim that would cast doubt on somebody else. I feel like option 2 would be more dramatic. So either Taka as a kind of a double misdirect. You know, it can't. You would assume that it can't be the obvious guy, so they make it the obvious guy, so you don't think it's the obvious guy. Or Hero, because he's not the obvious guy. Not sure I can move right now. I'm feeling kinda... This is a problem. We can't just leave Hina here alone. Okay, I'll go get everyone. You stay here with Hina. Very well. I leave it to you then. I'll be back soon. I tried to sound confident and upbeat, but I still hadn't stopped trembling from what I'd just been through. Everyone else is already on the 3rd floor. I have to hurry. This is where everyone was chasing after the suspicious individual. Where were they headed? Strange costumed man ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so I headed further down the hallway and disappeared. Let's see, we got art room and science room. Awful lot of hammers missing from the wall. There's at least 1, 2, 3 hammers missing. Oh, we'll return to that. As far as I can tell, there's nobody here, but still I feel some kind of presence. Sure, I can feel someone's presence. This presence, is it coming from over there in the back? The presence? Is it over there in the back where I feel the presence coming from? Is that where the presence is? leapt through the doorway. Recklessly, without looking, to maximize the possibility that I overlooked something to my left and right. When I did, I found another nightmare. The second nightmare of the day was waiting there to greet me. Oh-ho. So we've hit the murder limit. You can only kill 2 people in a given day. There, in a pool of his own blood, was Taka, dead. So unless one of the alibis is a lie, it kind of leaves Oracle Boy, doesn't it? Fumi's body discovered in the nurse's office. Taka's body discovered in the equipment room. I was witness to 2 nightmares, one after the other. No, they weren't nightmares. This is harsh reality. I feel like Makoto has, assuming he can escape the death game, a real possible future writing for soap operas. The true nightmare is this reality, the reality I have to face every day. But still, why is this happening? Justice Hammer 4? Yep. Even bigger than before. That suspicious individual responsible for killing Taka, too. Toko? Don't tell me Toko, too. Ah, she just passed out. Yeah. In her Toko form, she can't bear the sight of blood. Right, and Toko is, Toko, she has a fear of blood, huh? We've tried everything to get her to wake up, but no luck. Just leave her be for now. I said I should just leave her alone for now.
However,
But why is it Justice Hammer 4? What do you mean? Celeste was attacked with 1, then Hifumi was hit with 2. This time it was Justice Hammer 4. What happened to number 3? Ah. What's the matter? Well, you just mentioned 3. You just reminded me. Out with it. Do you know something? Actually, Taka's not the only one that's been killed. Hifumi's dead too.
what? Hey!
Hifumi's been killed. Yeah,
I see.
which is why you came to get us. We better go check it out. So Sakura, Byakuya, and I rushed out of the physics lab. But as soon as we were out of the physics lab, we bumped into Celeste. She was supposed to be waiting in the nurse's office. Something has come up. I heard Hifumi is dead, right?
Indeed.
Well, that's not all. It is gone. What's gone? It has disappeared. Disappeared. Hifumi's body has disappeared. What?
What did you say?
What are you talking about? It's disappeared. Don't be ridiculous.
Come on.
Are you serious?
What?
The heck is happening here? Everyone, back to the nurse's office. Practically leapt down the stairs, nearly losing my balance. Reached the nurse's office completely out of breath. Couldn't believe my eyes. Fumi's body was there just a few minutes earlier. Just disappeared. And Celeste went to the bathroom, but we were only gone for like a minute. And then when we got back, this must be the work of the culprit. They must have come and carried the body away. They must be really enjoying this, not if they had to drag Hifumi's body away. That's effort being demonstrated there. Join the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. We're all going to die here. Going to die just like those guys did.
What did you say?
I don't believe this. I don't believe a body would just disappear.
Why?
First, there were 2 murders, and now one of the bodies has been taken. This is unnatural. Really? Come on, happens like every few days here. Downright normal.
Huh?
Hold on, what do you mean 2 murders? Taka's been killed. We found him in the equipment room.
No way!
Can't be. Taka too? It can't be. It can't be.
Hina.
Calm down. We're all gonna die. All of us. They're gonna kill all of us. Everyone panic. And who might the next target be? Toko?
What?
Completely forget she's still unconscious in the equipment room.
Well,
You left her at the scene of the crime? We didn't have a choice. She passed out and she refused to wake up.
huh?
So she's still unconscious.
Damn.
You knew she was still up there and you said nothing? Why? Hey there, casemate. That annoying little insect that clings to me wherever I go? We're better off without her.
Bastard!
Rawr. Calm down. You forgot about her, didn't you? You have no right to blame me. Everyone, stop fighting. Right now, we need to hurry back. Everybody, back and forth. Continue the Scooby-Doo chase.
Huh?
Can't take this anymore. I don't want anyone else to die.
Damn.
Yakuya, if something's happened to Toko, I'll never forgive you. Quickly, to the 3rd floor. Run to the 3rd floor. Oh man, somebody's been killed. Quickly, back to the 1st floor. Oh man, the body's missing. And we forgot somebody. Quickly, back to the 3rd floor. They are not thinking they're planning through very well at all, and that is assuming the fact that they've got smug, supposedly intelligent boy with them. We're back to the equipment room at full speed. And when we got there, Toko's still present, but no body. Thank God you're okay. But right away I noticed there was something very different here. Oh. Tire tracks. Perhaps that dolly, is it still present? It was gone. Taka's body, which should have been right there, had disappeared. This can't be happening. Are we hallucinating all of this or something? It's not a hallucination. I know I saw it before. And what I'm seeing now isn't what I saw before. Yep, the dolly is missing. Are you saying Taka disappeared too?
Stop talking.
Stop saying disappeared. Didn't just vanish into thin air. Obviously, whoever did this has hidden the body. But why would they do that? I couldn't possibly begin to imagine. Maybe to disrupt the investigation that is already supposed to be happening? Our costume suspect is clearly continuing his crime spree. Gotta hurry up and catch him before he kills all of us.
Not possible.
I don't think you have to worry about that. Huh? Think about it. Who could possibly be responsible for killing and hiding these dead bodies? They got Military Kid and Hamster Boy, casemate. They're on a roll.
Well,
When Fumi's death cry went up, everyone here was together on the third
it is
floor.
so.
After that, we split up into 2 groups. And now this time, you all came here as a group from the nurse's office. In other words, the only ones who could have done this are Hiro and Kyoko. I discounted Kyoko from my assessment because, I mean, come on, Kyoko. If she wanted to kill everybody, given her apparent competence on the crime scene, she'd already be out of here. Hold on a second. Kyoko has an alibi for when Celeste and Hifumi were attacked. There's no question that she was in the dining hall with us. You seem very adamant about defending her. Perhaps you are in love. That's not it at all.
Fine.
Well, anyway, Yes, I do accept Kyoko's alibi.
Let's see.
It means the suspicious individual we're looking for can be none other than Hiro. Which further means there will be no more murders. The regulations are very clear about that. Rule that says you can only kill a maximum of 2 people. As long as that rule is in place, there will not be a third murder. If they were to break that rule, I'd mince ya. Mince you without a second thought. Mince ya, grind ya, turn you into paste. By the way, did you know that fish paste can also refer to shellfish like shrimp or crabs? Indeed. Byaku, you did know that fish paste can be shellfish or crab.
Let's see.
So, since 2 people have been killed, there's no possibility of any more.
Perhaps.
You knew that from the beginning, didn't you, Byakuya? Which means you knew Toko was never in danger. I still meant it when I said we'd be better off without her, though.
In other words,
Anyway, with that in mind, you can now relax and search for the 2 missing bodies. The 2 missing bodies. 2 people have been killed and their bodies have been hidden. The only one without an alibi, the only one who could have done it, is Hiro. But is he really the killer? What about Kyoko? She's not involved in this case. Where did she go?
what?
Hey Makoto, what's the matter? Oh, no, it's nothing. Whatever, we need to find those bodies or our little narrative here can't move forward.
So then,
Very well, let us split up again and begin searching.
but
There's no need to be afraid, no more murders will take place during this case.
'cause
I mean, there could be a few more murders, it's just, then it will end very quickly. I know that, I mean, I think I do, but if you're still nervous, I'll come with you. Okay, thanks. No need to thank me. She needs to get her steps in, so she might as well. Byakuya left the equipment room, followed by the others. I have to try and find the 2 missing bodies. How are you doing today, casemate? They still left her there. Aka's entire body has disappeared, leaving behind nothing but a bloodstain. Okay, I'm getting the impression that we're not actually in an investigation phase yet. Let's arbitrarily poke rooms once more. two dead bodies have disappeared to?
Damn.
Need to search for bodies that have disappeared. What happens after that? Huh? The door must be locked. How is that not suspicious? How? The door that was not locked up until now is now locked. And he's like, oh well, there can't possibly be anything hiding behind the now locked door. So bad at investigating Makoto. This locker doesn't seem important. I refuse to open it to verify. Makoto,
Come on.
are you just standing there? We need to get to the repository. Huh? You mean
Indeed.
I found them? Hifumi and Taka's bodies had both been hidden in the repository. Already told Hina and Sakura, we'll go on ahead. Bodies were in the repository. Is that the back room of the library? Bodies here somewhere? It is the repository. The doorknob turned. Yes, it's unlocked, then I have no choice but to go inside. Okay, so the door unlocked sometime between when we poked it and they came to find us. When I entered, I saw there's a tarp under Taka. A new tarp. Two bodies that had disappeared were right there. The smell of blood made me gag. I saw, before my eyes, was unquestionable, unavoidable, unwavering reality. And then I heard the announcement for the second time.
A body has been discovered. After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
Why did the body discovered not trigger when we saw Taka's body in the other in the storeroom initially? Because we had Byakuya, Sakura, and ourselves there. So that should have been enough people. So here we are. Without further ado, let me give you all the next Monokuma file. I'm going to hand them out when you found the bodies the first time, but I thought something might happen. It's really hard to resist, but turns out I was right.
Stop talking.
Just hand it over already.
Punishment is waiting for you.
Make sure to investigate with all of your mental might and prepare for the class
See ya
trial.
later.
Monokuma out. Well, now that we found the bodies, all that's left is to uncover the culprit. Hang on. How can you be so calm? I mean, they're dead, you know.
That's terrible.
Dead. Gone forever. They're never coming back. Awful. This is all just too awful. Hina suddenly burst into tears. She clutched at Hifumi's lifeless body.
Who would do this? Why? Why?
Like how the hamster look isn't just like a anime expression. It is actually how he looks when he's rendered in more of like a 3D painted form here. Large, wet tears fell from her eyes. Tears landed on Hifumi's cheeks. If this were some world of make-believe, that might have been when Hifumi opened his eyes. But this wasn't a movie. Oh dear. This wasn't...
He's alive again?
Where am I? Cold. So cold. Is winter coming?
Hifumi! Wake up!
Huh? That's right. I remember now. Hope's Peak.
Come on, you gotta wake up!
I remember everything before I met you all. I met you all.
So, one of the things we discovered earlier during the non-investigation period of this one, like the exploration of the new floor period of this one, was we found a camera that was apparently Hifumi's, but it looked all scuffed up and well used compared to what Hifumi remembers. And on around the same time, we also discovered a picture that Monokuma quickly hid again of Mondo, Chihiro, and Leon in school outfits at a school, hanging out together and having fun, supposedly. And yet when everybody arrived here, they all acted like they were meeting everybody for the first time. So was that a lie, or what is going on instead? His memories are all blending together. He has nothing useful to offer us.
The light. It's reaching out to me. Like the tail of a comet.
Hey, Hifumi! Who was it? Who attacked you? Who tried to kill you?
Who killed me? That's right. I remember their name. Yasuhiro.
His eyes closed, and they never opened again. Death for the second time. Absolute, undeniable death. Maybe check for vitals this time. No matter how many more of Hina's tears splashed his face, there was no second miracle. Reality set in again. This isn't some stereotypical fantasy world. Tears can't restore a person's vitality.
Honestly.
You have no tears, do you? No blood in your veins, no calcium in your bones? At least you have your meat.
Stop talking.
Crazy. You're just angry. Going out of his way to return just to leave us with those unnecessary dying words. Now this game has become exceedingly boring. He said Yasuhiro, right?
Then perhaps...
That is the only person he could have been referring to.
So, in other words,
And with that, the case is solved. Assaulting people and even killing Taka and Hifumi. Then going so far as to hide their bodies. A criminal that hides his face behind a mask and uses a bunch of giant wooden hammers. That's right, casemate. It seemed like he might actually survive all of a sudden. Can't have that. Is that what Hero is?
This...
It's true, I can't forgive him. No way I can ever forgive him. Kill two of our friends.
that's fine.
Anyway, it's about time we track down the culprit in our little life or death game here. Although this time it's not all that life or death. The trial will conclude without much trouble.
Indeed.
It does look that way. It's going to begin again. We have to go through this one more time. I have to accept it. I have no choice but to go through with this. To make sure everyone survives. I just have to do it. Better check the Monokuma file. Fumi Yamada and Kiyotaka Ishimaru. Cause of death for each was a blow to the head. Hey there, Ethan. I mean, his legs definitely had the thumbtack look to them, didn't they, casemate? No worries, Ethan. It is thought they were both killed with a similar weapon. That's it?
Very strange.
Yeah, it's pretty strange. We get way less information this time than before. That's no problem. After all, the events of this case unfolded before our very eyes. We should know more about what happened than the Monokuma file could, anyway. Maybe.
Well,
Something else that's bothering me. Someone else has been missing for quite a while. Talking about Kyoko?
perhaps.
Without a doubt, she has an alibi for when Celeste and Hifumi were attacked. But what if the killer wasn't acting alone? What if they had an accomplice? An accomplice? An accomplice? What are you doing here?
Monokuma appears!
Don't be rude. I'm here to answer your question. What question?
Yep.
You're talking about accomplices, right? I'm pretty sure I explained it before, didn't I? During the first class trial?
Speaking of which, I'd like to ask the bear, if there is an accomplice, do they also become blackened?
So you ask, and so I shall answer. Each murder is allowed to have an accomplice, but only the one who does the killing will get to graduate.
I wonder what happens if two people kill the same day. Like, they help each other each kill one person. Do they then both count as an accomplice, but also count as blackened?
So in other words, two people can work together, but one of them has no chance of profiting from it.
Then there's no way anyone would work together, right?
In other words,
So basically, you can be an accomplice if you want, but there's no gratification in it.
so then.
So you're saying nobody worked together this time either?
Hey,
Sorry, can't answer that. It would obstruct the free exchange of information between you guys. I just want to make sure you don't forget, no matter how much you might assist in a murder,
here.
only one blackened can graduate. An accomplice gets nothing.
So in other words,
So I guess the first killer is the one that counts. Even if you could do multiple individual kills. We only need to figure out who that one blackened is that did the killing, right? Just like normal.
Well,
Okay, let's take this opportunity to clarify the whole shebang. In this class trial, what you need to determine is
same.
the one true blackened who devised the murder plot and put it into action. The true blackened, so just one
Well
person.
now.
That's enough explainifying. Now it's down to the final battle between all of you and the blackened. Good luck to all the contestants. Monokuma is sort of the emissary of the villain in this, Ethan. They act as sort of the messenger and, in a couple of cases, enforcer. I can't see any way Kyoko would be connected to this case, after all. You may be right. If that's true, then Kyoko, where are you?
However,
As long as she's not connected to the case, it doesn't matter. Let's get back to the investigation.
Indeed.
I've absolutely no doubt that Hiro is responsible. But for the time being, I suppose it can't hurt to pursue further information.
So,
You know, don't you think we should consider a certain someone a suspect, just in case? I'm talking about the murderous fiend, Genocide Jack.
What?
What? I'm offended.
Oh.
When did you... I've been looking all over for you, Master. When I woke up, you were nowhere to be found.
You SOB!
Anyway, you there, milk sack swimmer girl.
Huh? You gotta be kidding!
Why do I gotta be a suspect?
What the heck?
I mean, you are a serial killer.
What?
So what? I'm like a special guest suspect every time? I have an alibi, you know. She's right about that. When we heard Hifumi scream, she was with me. When the bodies disappeared, she was still lying unconscious in the equipment room. Plus, Taka's body aside, I can't imagine any way she would have been able to move Hifumi's body.
Yep.
Besides, I calculate every move I make. I'm not going to kill someone when everyone knows what I look like. Don't call me the murderous fiend for nothing.
What are you saying?
Not the kind of thing you should be bragging about.
Let's see.
On another topic, should we post a guard by the bodies like before? We can't have them disappearing again.
So then.
Hina and I can handle that. You don't mind, do you, Hina? Sure, I'd be totally useless on the investigation anyway.
It's all clear now.
The whole thing is so strange. All but one of us has an alibi, so figuring out who did it should be obvious, right? But maybe it's just me, but I don't think it's going to be as straightforward as it seems. Hammers of different sizes, although some are more like mallets. Mallets? But the Justice hammers have been designed using these as models? Either way, all the hammers here have obviously seen a lot of use. They're all covered in debris and chalky stone powder. Wait. For some reason, this one hammer isn't dirty at all, and it's wet. Did someone wash it recently? Spotless hammer. Taka, he'll never move again. According to the Monokuma file, Taka died from a blow to the head. We found Justice Hammer 4 near his body in the equipment room. If that was what was used, is that what was used to kill him? There's a tarp laid out under his body. Did the killer use this to move Taka's body? That way there wouldn't have been any blood left behind while the body was moved. It's when he's sprawled out like this that you really do get a scale. Hifumi was a big dude. Like, not just from a mass perspective, but like the proportions of his arms and body aside from his legs. He had a very wide body frame. Like, still led a lifestyle that clearly led more towards a jello-y consistency, but nonetheless, big dude. Like, he would have been intimidating if he was all muscly, aside from the twiggy legs, but maybe that would have changed too. His really big body. I mean, how on earth was the killer able to move someone so big? From the nurse's office where he was discovered to here in the repository. So up 2 flights as well. All the way from the first floor to the 3rd floor, and all without anyone noticing it. How the hell? No good, I just don't get it. Can't think about it. I can think about it later. For now, I have to finish investigating. If I remember correctly, Hifumi's fatal injury was also a blow to the head. Probably from Justice Hammer 3, which was laying on the floor in the nurse's office. Wait, something's off about his body. am I getting this feeling? Something's different. Something about Hifumi's body in the nurse's office versus his body right now. His glasses. When his body was in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered with blood. But now, they're completely clean. Does that mean someone wiped his glasses off? But who would do that, and why? Is it possible that Hifumi is ultimately an accomplice that was discarded? Like, he was only injured when we initially encountered him. By his own, he described as being attacked, and he made sure repeatedly to tell us, "I'm hurt. Look at all this blood." And he was dropped off in the nurse's office, where when we see him there, when he's dead, and they decide not to check for any confirmation, he has blood all over his glasses, but here he doesn't. Is it possible that let's double check here. Yeah, his glasses are clean again. Like, could he have actually gotten up and moved and then been finished off later? The dolly doesn't have a handle. I saw this in the art room before. I guess it's used to move statues around. Kinda awkward, but if you bend down, it's not too hard to use. But wait. Wasn't this in the equipment room where we found Taka's body over there on the right? Looks like look at the wheel. There's a blood stain on it where it rolled through the puddle there. There's blood on the wheel of the dolly that was moved from the equipment room to the repository. What's the explanation for that? Okay. Many aspects of the incident this time. Too many, to be honest. Also possible. Hifumi doesn't strike me as the selfless sacrifice kind of guy. The only person that I could really see doing that in this crew, of the people that were still alive, would have been Takahiro. Taka seems like a throw himself on a grenade kind of guy, but less from a to save my true friends and more of a because the drill sergeant told me to do it kind of thing. If Chihiro was alive and was involved in this, then you could potentially see that out of Chihiro. Though, again, probably not out of a this was my plan and more of a they were browbeat into it and decided to follow along. But that would put them in the disposed of category and not the actually sacrificed self territory. But perhaps if Chihiro was like following somebody that they sort of respected, like if Mondo hadn't killed Chihiro, then I could see Mondo doing something and Chihiro helping out because they had become attached. Considering that, it may be good to look back on everything that's happened.
So then,
Would you like my help? Let's look back on things. This morning, only 4 of us met up at the dining hall. Hina, Kyoko, you, and myself. We waited for the others, but nobody showed up, so we decided to go look for them. It was around 8 o'clock when we began our search. They were supposed to meet at 7, but they waited an extra hour for anybody to show up. Soon after we split up, Kyoko disappeared. After that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room on the 3rd floor. Then quickly came and got you and me. According to Celeste, she was attacked by a suspicious individual and lay unconscious for about an hour. So she went out early and was attacked around 7 and was out cold until Hina found her at 8. In other words, she was attacked an hour before we found her, meaning just after 7. Based on the picture Celeste took, we discovered her attacker was dressed in a strange costume. But to your point, casemate, prior to Alter Ego, Afumi was very fixated on Celeste. And Celeste's alibi is essentially, I was unconscious. And she is the one that took the picture that shows somebody in a robot costume. So her alibi isn't actually terribly strong. She has a picture of an incident, but nobody to really vouch for what she was doing during that period. Based on the picture, we discovered her attacker was just in a strange costume. It was Robo Justice. It also became clear that this Robo Justice had dragged Hifumi away. After meeting up with Toko and Byakuya, we began searching for the costumed assailant. We found an injured Hifumi in the library on the 2nd floor. We took him down to the nurse's office on the 1st floor, then resumed our search. But not long after leaving the nurse's office... What's wrong? I saw a shadow, something moving at the top of the stairs. Based on Celeste's claims, we went back up to the 2nd floor where we split up and began searching. Then, right after that, Celeste screamed. This time, she had apparently seen the suspect on the 3rd floor. See, Celeste is the source of each of these sightings. She called out that she saw something and showed us a picture from the attack that knocked her out. She spotted somebody on the top at the top of the stairs, and then on the 3rd floor as well. She is the one that has called everybody in a different direction each time, up to this point. Hearing our screams, we quickly made our way to the 3rd floor. What's wrong? It's a rather intense scream for someone like you. The strange costumed man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. It was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared. And then... that came from downstairs. He's in the nurse's office. Each time, Celeste is calling the shots here. So there's a cloud of suspicion building over her right now. And everybody came running back. Each time they leave one of the bodies laying around, there is the opportunity for someone to essentially slip in behind them and move around. The question becomes, how would Hifumi's body have gotten upstairs? The button. Like, getting Hifumi's body up to the 3rd floor seems daunting for anybody except Sakura, who has been visible with all of the searchers pretty much the entire time. Hirotaka's body seems like it would have been movable with the dolly and the tarp in the supply room where he was found, or in the equipment room or whatever. So could it have been Celeste using Hifumi as a puppet? Celestina and I went back to the nurse's office. You, Byakuya, and Toko pursued the suspect to the third floor, where we find Taka's body. Hifumi's supposed corpse. And when the body discovered... Oh, okay. Remember, both teams split up. They get back down, and the main character, we the viewers, are seeing Hifumi's corpse. But what if that first death announcement was because the other group found Taka's corpse? Because it wasn't until we came back and found both of the bodies in the tool room, the art tool room, that we got the second announcement. Because if there had been 2 deaths, then we should have gotten the notifications all at once, because both groups were simultaneously looking at a body with at least 3 people. And Monokuma said, I was going to give you the things, the notes for the first time, but I decided to wait. So these were not simultaneous. This was one, then the other. And I think it was Takahiro, then Hifumi, who were actually died. Which implies that up until the art room, Hifumi is not actually dead. Left Celeste and Hina alone, and I headed back to the 3rd floor to tell the others what had happened.
However...
But at the same time, they had discovered Taka's body in the equipment. This is, I think, the actual notification. As an added little metagame bit, did you notice that we only played the really high-res art, like, oh my god, I found a body animation when we found Taka here. And then subsequently, when we found both of them in the art supply room. It's those instances where we got the little movie sequence of, oh man, I found a corpse. Or when they found an actual dead body. This could be neat. At the time, we discovered Taka's body in the equipment room, which means Hifumi and Taka's bodies were discovered at right around the same time. Because I remember hearing the body discovery announcement play right after finding Taka. That's when I showed up and told you and Byakuya that Hifumi had been killed, right? You, me, and Byakuya all headed back up to the nurse's office, leaving behind Toko, who had fainted. As soon as we left the physics lab, we ran into Celeste, who had just arrived to tell us something very unusual. Again, Celeste calling the shots as far as making people move around. Hifumi's body has disappeared. Now, she was with Aioi there. I don't know how to say her name in particular. Because it is 3 consecutive vowel sounds that are going to be very particular. But I thought it was like Aoi, but I don't know. So she says Hifumi's body has disappeared. So they go back to the nurse's office, find that his corpse is gone. Then we remembered that we had left Toko there. We ran back, and we find Taka's body missing. So each time Celeste is playing a shell game with this. That's my new thought here. She is misdirecting everybody around, and that lines up with her kind of gambler mentality, is it's this constant misdirect going on. Say, one look over there after another. This time Taka's body had disappeared. So from there we began to search for both of the missing bodies, and after some time, Celeste told us they'd found the bodies, and we all headed to the repository. That's when they discovered the 2 bodies that had vanished, and now we get another corpse announcement.
However,
Certainly, things have been active. If you want to look back at the case again, just let me know. Go recap, girl.
So,
Makoto, I've been thinking about something. About the repository. What is it? After Hifumi and Taka's bodies disappeared, we split up to look around, right? I was really scared, so me and Sakura stuck together.
but
We came right to the repository, too, Look around. Look around. But when we got here, the repository was locked. We couldn't get inside. Yeah, I ran into that too. They were there in the art room, and it wouldn't let me into the door. As soon as I left, Celeste came out and said, there's something going on. And we all ran down to the nurse's office. The next time we come up here, the door is unlocked and the bodies are in there. It was locked. We came here as soon as the search started, so there's no way someone could have beat us there. So if that's true, then who locked it? And why is it unlocked now? I wonder the same thing. The door was locked when the search for the bodies began, but now it's wide open. There might be some secret lurking in there. Probably have to leave this area to figure it out. Yakuya, do you think Hiro really did it? I don't see how anyone could think otherwise. Yep. It's looking increasingly likely like Hiro is the red herring character. He is the obvious culprit, and it's all set up to make it look like he did it. The attacks and murders and disappearances all happened. Every one of us had an alibi. And the last thing Hifumi said when he died, he said Hiro's name.
So in other words,
there's no room to suspect anyone else. Okay, but if he did do it, why would he hide his identity with that weird costume? Maybe he thought that no matter what happened, he'd be safe as long as his face was covered. Because he's the fool of the century, you see? I mean, he is kinda dumb. Do you really think that's enough to explain it? I feel like there's a clue hiding in there somewhere. And is that it? That's all that bothers you about the case? Well, no, there are a few other things. Just a few other things. Like, why did the killer try to hide the bodies? They probably figured if we couldn't find the bodies, we couldn't complete our investigation. But if that's the case, we found the bodies pretty easily, didn't we? Again, it comes back to the fact that the culprit was a moron. Is that really all there is to it? The other thing that bothers me is, why'd they bother killing 2 people?
what?
Huh? Because all the rules say is, if you can kill someone and get away with it, you graduate, right? So if you're the killer, your number 1 priority is not getting caught. But killing 2 people means more clues, more chances you'll get found out.
I see.
Hold on. Perhaps. I see, so that's what that means. Everything okay?
That's enough.
Don't talk to me as if we're friends. What's with the attitude? You have my appreciation. Thanks to you, I might have some fun with this after all. His mysterious words hung in the air as he left the repository. He talked as if he'd figured something out. But if he did, would it have killed him to tell me what it was? Only one way into the room. The door was locked. Definitely a lock on the door, but it can only be locked from inside the repository. I don't see any way to lock it from in the art room. Door can only be locked from inside the repository, which makes me wonder. Ina and Sakura confirmed that the door was locked after we started looking for the missing bodies. The door is designed so that it can only be locked from inside the repository. In other words, when Ina checked it, someone had already gone into the repository and locked the door. Then when they were done, they unlocked it and left. Which is why it's unlocked now. Ina claims there's no way someone could have beaten them to the repository. So that certain someone had already been in there. There'll be a clue around here somewhere. Maybe I should check some other places. The nurse's office and the equipment room. For new things. So we found Taka's body in the equipment room through here. Was sleeping right here when the killer carried the body away.
What?
Super pissed I missed such an ultimately rare event. This tarp. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, and just recently, too. Some kind of tire mark leaving. Reminds me of the dolly in the repository. There's blood on its tire. Would that blood have come from here? Means that Taka's body was moved from the equipment room to the repository using the dolly. Both rooms are on the 3rd floor, so that should definitely have been possible. If the dolly was used to move Taka's body, what about Hifumi? Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office on the 3rd floor. Even with a dolly, there's no way to get it up to the 3rd floor. That's still a total mystery. Okay, so let's see here. They all go down to the nurse's office and find Hifumi supposedly dead. Then they remember that they left Toko there, and they all go running back up. Then, let's see. Which takes them all the way down to the equipment room. What if Hifumi hops to his feet then, and goes running up behind them, essentially, and goes into the, not immediately, it would have been when Celeste gets them to leave the room. She goes to the bathroom. With Oe, who is there with her. That's when Hifumi moves from there and goes up to the art room. Then they return, Celeste comes up and says something weird has happened. Because supposedly they returned and, oh no, Hifumi's gone. So Celeste comes up, tells them that, and they all go running back down to the nurse's room. At which point, Hifumi pops out of the repository, loads Taka's corpse onto the dolly with tarp, rolls it to the repository, and goes in there with him. Now, we don't know at which point he gets brained and finished off. But I don't remember who found, like right now, I don't remember who found the two bodies. We also have the washed mallet. I wonder if the implication is the mallet that was washed was another Justice Hammer and had been used to finish off Hifumi in the room there. And that it was washed of its paint in order to make it seem like Hifumi had already been dead and was moved up here. This is convoluted enough that I want it to be true. What are you investigating, Celeste? I'm not investigating anything, precisely speaking. I'm simply going around seeing if Hiro might be hiding somewhere. What about you? Oh, you know, I'm just checking this and that. The main thing on my mind is how someone could have moved Hifumi's body.
Let's see.
How Hifumi was moved, eh? When it disappeared, you were supposed to be in the nurse's office, right?
Yes, indeed.
Correct. Hina was not feeling well, so I stayed behind to look after her. But she seemed to be getting worse, so I took her to the bathroom. When you got back, the body was gone. We could not have been gone for more than a minute or two, though. Hina said the same thing. So then, the killer was able to get in and move Hifumi's body in that short amount of time?
Indeed.
It would seem so. Carry off someone as big as Hifumi in only a couple of minutes is... I can't think of it as anything less than impossible. Justice Hammer 3. Removed the body but left the weapon behind. Just a normal trash can. But wait, there's something inside. Too small to be a handkerchief, it's Glass's cleaning cloth. It is definitely Hifumi's. That is the pudgy princess whatever. That is seemingly his favorite anime. And we see it all bloody. So, again, Hifumi gets up, wipes off his glasses, books it to the repository. Some kind of cartoon character on it. It's also covered in blood.
Oh.
Did you find something? Yeah, there was a cleaning cloth in the trash can. A cleaning cloth? And it's all bloody. Whoever this belonged to must have used it to wipe up some blood. But who would need to do something like that? I haven't the slightest idea. Me either, but I think it might be important. Refrigerator. Wonder if there's anything to drink inside. For everything I've been through, I'm totally parched. Take a quick peek. Bunch of blood packets in here for transfusions, I guess. Doesn't help me, though. I'm not a vampire. Eh. This is where you were. I've been looking for you. You have? I wanted to thank you for what you did. Not that you meant to, but you ended up making this little game of ours very interesting indeed. Aha. You should go to Hero's room. Oh, and let me give you this. Meet in the dining hall. This is the note that Hero wrote to get us all to meet up, right? You remember well. Well, the penmanship was pretty remarkable, so it left an impression.
It's all clear now.
Anyway, this makes it clear, right? This is a trap. What is? Things grow ever more exciting. What are you talking about? I've already repaid my debt. I don't owe you any more explanation.
Goodbye.
Jerk away! Said to go to Hero's room, but what's waiting for me there? Take the teleporter. Boom. Quickly. Aka, who did this to him? His room. Door is unlocked. So I can go inside. Yaku, you did say to go look. It might not be a great idea, but I'm gonna do it. Oh, he's got all of the accoutrement, doesn't he? Palm reading, talismans, couple of like Taoist things, these little octagons. I don't know what the thing that's kind of right center is. He's got the big old prayer bead things. Where did he even get all of this from? More importantly, he still hasn't turned up. Means he really can't complain if I don't get his permission to search his room, right? There's something in the cardboard box. Blueprints for something, and something made out of, looks like cardboard, plastic, and plaster. The Robo-Justice Kit. It's in Hero's room. But wait. These blueprints. Something about them bothers me. The fact that have the arms bend like this is so front and center. Normal bed, pretty much just like the one in my room. Soundlessly checked the bathroom. Nothing there. Pretty grungy, though. How does a bathroom even get this dirty? Koto, big news, big news. What's wrong? We found Kyoko. Huh? She okay? Where is she? Wait, I wasn't done. There's more big news. Robo Justice showed up too. Robo Justice? It's Hiro wearing the costume.
Okay.
Anyway, as soon as you can, head to the pool on the second floor. Think that Hiro and Kyoko would turn up at the same time. To the pool! Kyoko and I've had the worst day. So the blueprints were in Hiro's room. And the blueprints are in Hiro's room. And it says Robo Justice on the blueprint. The grid paper sketch. Why did Hifumi call it Robo Justice? If it's Hiro's thing, if Hiro made it, how did Hifumi know what it was called? Hiro? Big locker.
Right.
I found Hiro. He was jammed into the pool room locker. It looked like he was fast asleep, so I kicked him and woke him up. I still can't believe you kicked me. Could have been a little more gentle about it, like, I don't know, caress my face or something.
What?
That's creepy. You're creepy. You're a creepy person, Hiro. Anyway, Kyoko, where have you been all this time? You just disappeared all of a sudden without a trace.
Wow.
There was something I had to check up on. What do you mean? Never mind that. Not important. I can't never mind. Murder investigation.
It's nothing.
Never mind.
Hey,
More importantly, she says that, but does she have any idea? Does she know people think she might be spying for the mastermind? Maybe she was checking on Alter Ego, trying to find it.
and?
First of all, Hiro, you need to explain to us why you're dressed up like that. Well, I have no idea. 1 second I was asleep, don't even know how that happened, then I woke up, and then I was here. I don't care, do something about that costume, it pains me just to look at you. Well, I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. Little help? Why would you make something that you can't take off by yourself? I didn't make the stupid thing.
It would seem...
There's a clasp on the back that keeps you from getting it off. Looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you can get it off on your own. This will be important later. We don't really have a choice. Let's help him. Took everyone's help, but slowly we were able to get Hiro out of the suit. It has the vibe of a full cosplay outfit. Like, it's not necessarily something that you can assemble by yourself. Too intricate. Free at last. Isn't it kind of weird how perfectly the suit fits Hiro?
So then...
More to the point, nobody but Hiro would be able to wear that costume. Wait, what? Hold on a sec.
honestly,
Don't bother trying to act innocent. The blueprints were in your room as well.
is that okay?
In other words, it's obvious to everyone that you made this costume. Exactly. How would he have been able to put it on? That's true. I saw the blueprints myself. Yeah, me too.
Could it be...
And it's obvious the one who put this costume on and went around attacking everyone
terrible.
was Hero. Shall we tie him up and gag him?
Just the worst.
Good idea. We wouldn't want him killing anyone else and then being immediately murdered for it. Tie me up? Hold on, guys. I think that's going a little far.
That's right.
He may be a suspect, but he deserves fair treatment. Yeah, I mean, attacking, blueprints, I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
What the heck?
You can't talk your way out of this. It's been decided. You killed them. What? Killed who? I have no idea what you're talking about. There must be a fake hero running around.
What are you saying?
You're the only one who can wear this costume. Who else could possibly be the costumed attacker?
What the heck?
How do you know I'm the only one? Maybe you should try it on for yourself before you convict me.
Okay.
Fine, if you're going to be a jerk about it, I will. Without missing a beat, Hina started putting on the Robo-Justice costume.
Huh. See? Look. See how loose
See how
it is?
loose it is? Hey there, Revy. I mean, even though it doesn't reveal anything, I think the effort was worth it for this still frame, don't you? We can all feel a little bit better during this murder mystery for having seen this. How are you doing today?
I mean, come on. I'm blind as a bat in here. Can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing.
This is important information. I'm blind as a bat. How could you get around in this thing?
I'm telling you, it wasn't
I can't
me.
see my feet. It wasn't me.
Not to mention, you totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
Can't bend at the waist. How would he have been able to move the bodies?
That's not a very nice thing to say. I mean, it's not like I made it. I just got caught up in the moment.
Well, either way, now we know for sure, right? I mean, it seems pretty clear that nobody but Hero could have fit into this dumb costume.
It is absolutely hilarious so far, Casemate.
Ah.
Now you're all out of excuses. No, see, it's because you're a girl. If it was another guy, then... Makoto, go ahead. Okay. Against my will, I picked up the pieces off the floor and tried putting them on. No good. My arms are too long. There's no way I can wear this. Really seems like a frame job. The latch on the back, I think, is the most telling aspect. There's no way he could have latched that himself. Like, you can't see anything, you can hardly move in the suit. So, how would you reach the little latch in the back that seals you inside?
Just a second.
Yeah, I told you it was impossible. You're absolutely right. It seems this costume was made to fit Hero's body exactly.
But
Then there's another costume. They must have one that looks the same but fits them.
Honestly.
You insist on this line of defense, then show us some evidence.
what the heck?
Evidence? You claim there's another suit, yes? Then you must find it and show it to us. What the heck?
Just the worst.
Who cares? Hero's the only one without an alibi. During this whole thing anyway. Man, always out for blood, isn't she?
That's terrible.
Here's how we know it was him.
What?
I mean, is that really true? I have no idea what's been happening. Could someone, tell me? Robo-Justice costume. Tell us more. Did it actually have more detail? In addition, anyone wearing it would not be able to see their feet or bend their waist at more than 90 degrees. I mean, bending your waist at more than 90 degrees is not a huge indicator, but it would mean it's hard to sit down. If you look at the arms, how it's like have the arms bend like this, there's not a lot of mobility in them. There's a secondary, like, rectangle or cube that would cover your elbows, so your arm mobility would be limited as well.
What the heck?
You don't tell me what's going on. How am I supposed to understand? I think I've figured out that someone's been killed, right? Hey, Makoto, who was it? Well, 2 people were killed, Taka and Fumi.
What?
2 people?
Just the worst.
Why are you freaking out? You did it.
Please?
He's a witch. Burn him. I did not. Wait, hold on. If those 2 are the ones that were
How
killed,
about that?
that's it. I know who did it.
So then,
May as well tell us then.
Hmm.
Taka and Hifumi were fighting over Alter Ego, right?
At least 30%.
Which means
right.
Alter Ego and or Chihiro must have done it. I mean, Byakuya's initial conclusion that it was definitely Hiro because he's an idiot. His reasoning wasn't wrong.
correct.
I see. That's unfortunate.
Please.
Unfortunate?
What the heck?
I'm trying to trick us. Just admit you did it, okay? Telling you got it all wrong.
Oh, so.
Oh, I know. That note. Note? Last night, someone slipped a weird note under my door. Here's what it said. I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m. That's the last thing I remember. The last thing I remember is going to the rec room. Then for some reason, I fell asleep.
Hey.
The real killer probably drugged me or something.
Just the worst.
Not a chance.
So,
No, hold on. He could be onto something. The nurse's office did have chemicals that could do that. Huh? Really? I told you, someone's trying to set me up. Secret passage, chance to escape? Someone wrote all that to trick me. If that's true, you must be one dumb fish to bite every piece of bait that floats in front of you. Well, after being trapped here so long, even if you know it's a lie, you still gotta check, right? They preyed upon my desire to get out of here. They deceived me. I still don't buy it.
Don't be mean.
Well, you should buy it.
Just a second.
Then show us the note. Pleasure, I have it right here in my, pocket.
No way.
Looks like I lost it. Yeah, sure.
Please.
That wouldn't hurt a fly. He seems like the type that would set out to hurt the fly, and somehow by the end of the encounter, he would be on the floor unconscious, and the fly would still be floating around. As I said before, if you want us to believe you, you must produce evidence. Can you show us the note? I have no particular issue with what you claim, but if you want us to believe you, give us a reason. The heck? For serious? Suhiro's account. Shall we resume our investigation? There's no time to waste before the trial begins. Why do we need to keep investigating? We already know who did it.
What the heck?
Why did you kill them? Tell us, Hiro. They set up in the during some of the last sequence that in some of the prior sequence that she is really starting to unravel. It's like I said. Was it really to get the money Monokuma offered us? Must be totally broke, and that's why. That's a false accusation. Someone help me.
What are you saying?
Be thankful we haven't bound and gagged you. You have time to yell and carry on. You have time to search for your evidence, right? You're right. I need to look for the second suit in that note. Pete, don't fail me now. Said better get back to guard duty. So angry. Gonna ask Toko or Genocide Jack to switch with me. But if she and Sakura got into a fight, we'd have a catastrophe on our hands. That'd be an epic confrontation, I would expect. If I won, everyone peeled away.
Makoto.
You have a second? I want you to help me with the investigation.
It would seem...
It looks like I got a late start on this one, so I need to make up some ground. Sure, I don't mind helping, but can you promise me something? Later, when we have time, will you tell me why you disappeared?
Why is that?
No. Reject me so simply.
Anyway,
Anyway, I need your help. You don't mind, do you? Okay.
shall we go?
Now then, shall we go?
Hey,
So, Makoto, first I'd like to examine the corpses. Can't believe I'm hearing that from a girl the same age as me.
correct.
Dead bodies don't lie, you know. They tell the truth far more easily than the living.
Hey,
Wouldn't you agree? How am I supposed to answer?
anyway,
We have to hurry before the trial begins. Show me to the bodies. Engage the teleporter. Yum. Fumi and Taka. For a moment, Kyoko seemed to go rigid. But only for a moment. Well then, let's get started. Hand me my bone saw. Crouched down next to Taka and without hesitation began poking and prodding the bodies.
I knew it.
Monokuma File was right. They were killed using similar weapons. Her movements were so smooth. She was so calm. Seeing how comfortable she was actually made me feel a little more comfortable.
I see.
Goto, I found something.
Hey.
You did? Remember the wristwatch Taka always wore in his left hand? He did?
Phew.
Are you so oblivious to the people around you? Do you dislike other people that much? No, it's not. Anyway, you said he had a watch.
So then,
Take a look. It's broken. You can see the hands aren't moving, right? It most likely broke when he had his encounter with his assailant. And if you notice, the hands are frozen at just past 6 o'clock. Which is... An interest... Yeah, so it would be just before, an hour before Celeste was attacked. That would mean the watch was broken sometime just after 6.
that's right.
But last night, Taka's watch definitely wasn't broken. How long are you going to keep us waiting? Pointing at his wristwatch. That is a detail I did notice. They called out he is pointing at his wristwatch.
In other words,
Nice. Good detail. So if it worked at 10 last night, it couldn't have been broken at 6 p.m. Yeah, 6 this morning.
however,
That's not all. Look at his left hand. Appears to be gripping something. Something white in there. You pry it out? Me?
Because...
Rigor mortis has already set in. Boys are better suited to this kind of manual labor, right? Get to it. Much as I didn't want to, I grasped Taka's cold hand. The ice-cold hand was nearly enough to cause my heart to stop beating. After some effort, I was finally able to free the object from his tightly clenched fist. A piece of paper.
Hey.
This all he had in his hand? That's it. Just a little scrap of paper. Doesn't seem like much of a clue, does it?
Is that right?
I wonder about that. Yoko then turned to Hifumi's body.
So then...
Let's check Hifumi's body now. Perhaps he's left us a few clues of his own. Ooh, bullets. Small scrap of paper.
Indeed.
Did you find anything? More than expected, to be honest. Look at this. A wad of paper.
That's right.
Hifumi had it hidden on him. Hidden.
Indeed.
He'd stuffed it in his pants. So I can only assume he'd hidden it on purpose, you see? In his pants? Wait, so you...
Why is that?
It's just his pants, not like his socks or something. I don't know what that means.
Hey,
Take a look at the paper. Go ahead, Makoto. Open it up. When I think of how it was stuffed down his pants, it's like... It better be important to Fumi or I'll never forgive you for this. Okay, this is the note that Hiro was talking about. What if Hiro was supposed to be killed? Was supposed to be the victim, and Taka intercepted. Because that's definitely not the same handwriting that was on the other notes.
so...
That sounds very familiar. It's the same thing Hiro said. And he was telling us the
However-
truth. So it's not exactly the same, is it? Someone slipped a weird note under my door. Here's what it said. Meet in the rec room at 1. The other one was the equipment. Okay, so Taka got a different note. Okay, so it is. Yasuhiro is the patsy. The time is different. Hiro told us that his note said to meet at 1 a.m. But the note they wrote to Hifumi asked him to meet at 6 a.m.
Is that right?
Hold on, just because Hifumi had the note doesn't mean it was meant for him. Huh?
So...
Part of it has been torn off, right? I think there's likely some meaning there. Could you maybe explain it a little more? Think
Hey.
carefully. Why would he have been clutching that scrap of paper so tightly? I have no idea.
So then...
What if it wasn't just a scrap of paper when he was holding it? What if it was something more important? And how would something important like that become a mere scrap of paper? That's what you need to answer. It is the most roundabout way. If I had to guess, it would be that they knocked out Taka. Like they take down Taka and they try to remove the note from his hand. The alternative is that Taka tried to snatch it from somebody and ripped it in the process. But I feel like them trying to tear it out of his hand and leaving a little scrap is more like what happened. Like, remove the evidence that he was lured.
Hey,
While you're at it, I should tell you one other thing. The two victims this time definitely had their e-handbooks on them. So the handbooks have nothing to do with how the murders were carried out. Not that there was any reason to think they were connected to the killing in the first place. So you're saying I don't have to think about the handbooks this time, right?
Is that right?
If you didn't have to think about them at all, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to mention it. All I said was they weren't used to help carry out the murders. There may come a point, however, where the handbook may play a role. The handbook might play a role. I don't think I understand. But if Kyoko thinks it's important, I'd better keep it in mind. We've got all the bits.
Are you excited? Are you pumped? It's time for the class trial to begin! Like the bright burst of fireworks, like the flash of a soul clashing with life and death. And so, with no further ado, everyone please meet at the usual spot. Make your way to the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon!
Here we go.
It would seem...
It's unfortunate, but I suppose this is where our investigation comes to an end. You have to figure out the rest for yourself and come to the proper conclusion. One of the things... So... Look at the handwriting here. And the handwriting here. We can't really tell it's the same. But it's the same kind of cruder sort of pencil handwriting. So I would guess that the blueprint and the note come from the same person. And I really have to assume that this was made by Hifumi. All of the other stuff in Hiro's room. And then we have the old style Gundam or Voltron kind of robot. You'll have to figure out the rest for yourself and come to the proper conclusion. Yeah,
Shall we
you're
go?
right. It's always interesting how cavalier Yakuya and Kyoko seem to be about the whole operation, given that they will be executed if they don't get the answer right. And they're like, oh, well, I don't need to help you. You need to do it yourself. Everyone had heard the proclamation, and they were gathered by the red door. As soon as we were all here, double Monokuma. He's multiplied.
Wrong.
Nope, not multiplication. It just looks that way because of an illusion. I'm moving so fast it only looks like I've multiplied. Monokuma deploying the afterimage technique. Can you guys tell which one is the real Monokuma?
Whew.
Can we just get on the elevator already?
Boy, tough crowd.
We're not playing along.
Stop talking.
We're not here to play with you. Yes, you are. You just don't have a choice.
Okay.
Hey, okay, fine. If everyone's here and ready to go, get on the elevator. Please board the pain train. I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
Shall we go?
Please.
I'm not mentally prepared yet. You'll never be mentally prepared. You can't just run away anymore, Hiro. You're gonna pay for your sins.
What the heck?
You expect her to have a torch right now, you know? I told you already, I didn't do it. For serious. Reminds me, did you ever find the other costume? Or the note? Well, no, but... How unfortunate. Then it seems we have our culprit.
Hey,
Isn't the place to talk about it. Save your accusations for when we get to the courtroom.
That's right.
Let's get down there first, then the story can really begin. That's right. I have to do it. Can't Let whoever killed Hifumi and Taka get away with it. I mean, at least Taka. Everyone who's still alive, and for the 2 that lost their lives. One who killed Hifumi and Taka, the one who killed 2 of our friends. Killer is someone right here. Get in the box. Everyone was aboard. Are we going to get the whole, this, deadly, 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 deadly thing again? Let's find out. Clunking of the elevator kept us company as we fell further and further down. There was no going back. Until we settled all this, we couldn't go anywhere. Ding. Sure how long it was before the elevator finally came to a stop. Doors slid open, opening up onto a cruel fate. Hey, change of scenery. I see all of you gathered together like this. I realize just how few of you there are left. Your school life is slowly reaching its climax.
Just the worst.
Only 'cause of you, well, duh. Why are you making us do such cruel things to each other? You really hate me so much? But I'm so cute.
Come on.
Stop goofing around and begin the trial. Don't rush me, of course I'm gonna start it. You'd never be like, stay tuned for an action-packed class trial after this commercial break. It'd be rude. Never hold out on you like that. Okay, let's begin. Get to your assigned seats. Curtain opened once again. Yep. Deadly, deadly, deadly. Deadly, deadly, deadly. Deadly. Save. Didn't get another skill this time. We tried to make friends with Taka and didn't get enough time before he transformed and is now dead. We tried to make friends with Genocide Jill, but the gift prereqs with her were tricky to understand, so we blew some extra time. Trial.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate.
Yay!
Now then, to begin with...
We already know who did it.
Was that?
Was that?
It was Hiro. He does not have an alibi for when the murders took place, and we found him in that suit. Don't try and deny it. You killed them.
I didn't. Someone knocked me out. I was asleep the whole time. I don't know anything about it.
Shut your murdering mouth, murderer!
Who are you calling a murderer?
I am sorry to say, Hiro, but we do have evidence. Blueprints for the suit.
Yeah, the legs are definitely... You'd hardly have any mobility in the legs. And there would be very low shoulder mobility because of the giant pads. The pauldrons.
we assume were used to build it. And all of it was found in your room. You have to admit, the evidence is quite compelling. It points to you as having created the suit and wearing it while committing crime after crime.
Crimes.
How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know.
Is Hero really the killer, or for anything else, we have to make that clear.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
I don't know anything about that stuff. It's not true. It's a conspiracy.
Hero, why? Why did you kill them?
No! Just hold on a second.
Meet in the dining hall. So he wanted everybody to go to the dining. And his handwriting is neat and clear. So this is another aspect. He didn't make those blueprints. That's not his handwriting.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough.
No, that's wrong.
Are we sure Hero really made those blueprints?
Have you not heard the term whodunit, Revy?
What do you mean?
Well, take a look at this. It's the note that Hero wrote, asking everyone to meet up after Alter Ego disappeared.
Remember that Alter Ego is supposed to be a secret from the Mastermind. And Hero just... Mikoto just said it out loud in front of the bear.
The handwriting's obviously different, wouldn't you say? When you compare it to the blueprints.
There's no way you could think the same person made both of them.
Generally, that term whodunit only comes up when you're talking like full-on like detective shows and similar. And I don't mean like, you know, your CSIs or something like that. I mean Murder, She Wrote and the like.
Unless that person made it a point to disguise their handwriting.
No, the differences are bigger than that, I think.
Come on! I'm not smart enough to think of trying to change my handwriting anyway.
Everybody in the room? Oh, yeah, he has a point. He is really stupid. We can't discount that. Let's not think too highly of this man.
So Makoto, are you saying you don't think Hero's the culprit?
And he's not the only one. I think Hero's innocent as well.
Oh, what?
Then who was in that Robo-Justice suit? Is it like Hero said? Was there really someone running around in a second suit?
The suspicious individual hidden within the suit. Go ahead, Makoto. Tell them who it was.
Of course he passes it off to me.
So? Who was in the Robo-Justice suit?
The suspicious individual in question. The Illuminati.
I got it!
Hero's the only one.
Than Hero, I can't think of anyone else it could have been. Obviously, he was the one in that particular suit, and we never found any kind of second suit.
Then there can be no doubt. Hero is the prime suspect.
That doesn't make any sense. You
just said Hero didn't do it.
It makes perfect sense. Hero was the suspicious individual in the suit, but he's not the culprit.
So what you're saying is...
That's right. The culprit in this case has nothing to do with being in the Robo-Justice suit.
What?
Because we know it wouldn't fit on here, Hina, and the Illuminati is a stupid answer. It fits Hero, but it's a stupid answer.
Now that's a bold assumption. And what reason do you have to make such a statement? You do have a reason, yes?
Of course. But before we get to that, there's something else we need to clarify first. So let's get that out of the way.
Hey, stop trying to boss us around!
Angry Hina.
All things have a proper order.
So what is it? What needs to be clarified?
We must clarify the method of transportation for Taka's lifeless body. It would seem that his corpse was moved using certain particular items.
Tark and Dolly.
Makoto, can you tell us what they were?
Quit quizzing me, Byakuya. Tark. Still one more thing.
I got it! They were a dolly and a tarp, right?
What's with the attitude?
So, let's see if I can explain. Taka's body disappeared from the equipment room, and then we rediscovered it in the repository. And when we found it for the second time, it was wrapped in a blue tarp, right?
Laying on a blue tarp, but you know.
It was the same tarp that, up until then, was stored in the equipment room. So the killer must have seen it there, and decided to use it when they moved Taka's body.
Made sure there was no drippage.
That way, they wouldn't leave any bloodstains while they were moving it.
Okay, that explains the tarp. And the dolly?
Same thing. I'm sure the dolly was in the equipment room when we first found Taka's body there. But when the body disappeared, so did the dolly. Later, when Taka's body reappeared in the repository, so did the dolly.
In other words, you think they used the dolly to move the body, am I right? But are you sure you are not mistaken?
Huh?
Are you absolutely positive the dolly was in the equipment room when we found Taka's body? That dolly was made specifically for moving large objects between the repository and the art room. It would be very strange indeed to discover it had made its way to the equipment room. Is it not possible that it was in the repository all along, and you simply didn't realize it?
Celeste with the gaslight.
She's raised an objection. How do you respond?
You're a jerk, Byakuya. That's my response.
There is no shame in being wrong. Nobody expects much from you anyway. We have all accepted the fact that you rarely understand what is going on around you.
Wow. Celeste going for the throat. I never heard someone sound so nice while being so mean. Maybe I can change your mind. And just explain to them why the dolly must have been moved from the equipment room to the repository. There's a new element, folks! Reloading. Starting off with the next bullet time battle, we're going to add one more ingredient to the recipe. Bottom of the screen, underneath the tempo marker, you'll see your ammo count. Up until now, there hasn't been a limit on how you destroy your opponent's statements. But from now on, just locking on and pressing the left mouse won't be enough to handle them. Now it will cost you one bullet to destroy a single remark. Once you run out of bullets, you can't destroy any more statements, no matter how locked on you are. However, you can reload by pressing tab. It's like locking on, you have to press tab in time with the tempo. Basically, just remember that the tab key now functions alongside the right and left mouse buttons. And also, the space bar.
You had it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. You are a fool. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. You miserable wretch. You had it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree.
This should prove it.
I figured out what you were supposed to do during negative time is you do hold down the slowdown during negative time, like your fever mode. It just doesn't change the screen to indicate that fever mode is active. You're blinded, but fever mode still has all of its regular effects. So you can still lock and fire independently with infinite ammo. You're asking for proof that the dolly moved. I have it right here.
I found the dolly in the repository. One of the wheels had a blood stain on it. There was a pool of blood in the equipment room with a tire mark in it that matched the dolly wheel's tread. The killer probably rolled the dolly through the blood on accident as they wheeled the body out of the room. And as the blood dried on the tire, they moved the body into the repository. So there's my proof that the dolly was used to move Taka's body.
Does Celeste really hate me that much?
Well, anyway, that was just something we had to get out of the way. Let's get back to the main subject.
Yeah, the subject of how Robo-Justice didn't do it. Because if it's not a killer robot, then what kind of robot is it?
I'm not sure that really matters.
I'd be happy to explain why the occupant of the suit couldn't possibly be the killer. If you look back on how the body was transported, it will become immediately obvious.
See, you wouldn't be able to bend down with any effectiveness.
As we know, Taka was killed in the equipment room. And from there, the body was moved to the repository, correct?
Yeah, the culprit wrapped the body in the tarp, then loaded it onto the dolly and wheeled it off, right?
I think loaded it onto the
Keep
dolly.
in mind that the dolly doesn't have a handle.
Oh, there we go.
Well, yeah, but even without a handle, all you'd have to do is bend over. Then you could push the dolly no problem. So the
Bend
killer
over.
just crouched down and carted the body off to the repository.
If you accept everything we just said, then you must realize that whoever was in the suit couldn't possibly be the culprit.
Sorry, I don't think I realize anything. As we know, and from there,
Yeah.
I love the squeaky voice.
Now, keep in mind. Well, yeah. All you'd have to do is bend over.
No, that's wrong.
The fact that the voices do speed up and slow down in time with
You're
the
absolutely right that
the-
you could
the
push
slow
dolly
motion
without
and
a
fast
handle if you
forward.
stoop down low. But if you were wearing that suit, do you think you could actually get into a position like that?
What do you mean?
Think back to what you said when we were all checking out the suit together. Remember?
blind as a bat in here. Can't see my feet at all. Not to mention, you totally can't bend at the waist.
When you're in that suit, not only can you not see your feet, but you can't even bend at the waist. Am I right about that?
Now that you mention it, yeah.
It seems like it'd be awfully hard to push that dolly if you couldn't bend over.
Well, what's to stop you from simply pushing the dolly with your feet?
When you can't even see your feet? You really think someone could kick the dolly all that way?
Yeah, it'd be totally impossible. Not that I can say for sure myself.
On top of that, if you were wearing such a rigid, cumbersome suit, it's very unlikely you would have the dexterity to go about wrapping the body in a tarp.
Well, I mean, isn't that just a matter of taking off the suit when you're ready to move the body?
No chance.
I got it! I don't think taking off the suit was an option. If you remember...
The crude paint on the shoulders. The RJ. Why would you make something that you can't take off by yourself? Clasp on the back.
That's true. It seems impossible to put the suit on or take it off without help.
Then, you really can't take it off by yourself? Hero wasn't just making it up?
Of course I wasn't making it up.
If he could have gotten it off by himself, I don't think he would have let us see him wearing it. Showing up in the suit was basically an invitation for everyone to suspect it.
Yeah, that's right.
So, it's really, really true that Robo-Justice couldn't have moved the dolly?
Really, really?
To be clear, whoever did move the body, it couldn't have been Hero in the robot suit, correct?
No, wait. Just a second, if you please. Have you forgotten about the picture that I took? You all got a good look at it, did you not? The image of Hifumi being dragged away by Robo-Justice?
Look at the left arm of the suit. So the right arm, it would be plausible for it to be able to bend that way, but not the left arm. The bicep of the left arm is in the same position as the right, and it's across. The left arm is draped up over the shoulder. There wouldn't nearly be enough room for the person's arms in there to bend that way.
If whoever was in that suit is not the culprit, how do you explain that? Besides, do you remember what the now deceased Hifumi said?
How did you get hurt? That guy hit me. What guy? Robo-Justice. That's what I decided to call him just now.
So long as those facts exist, the proper conclusion is beyond question. The individual inside the suit and the culprit are one and the same. It was Hero, without a doubt. Yeah, that's gotta be right.
Boy, she is mental silly putty, isn't she? You just say something with enough emphasis, and she just mimics it.
Hold on a second.
It's still far too early to reach that conclusion. Besides, there's no hurry to decide who did it. Before we rush to a verdict, shouldn't we explore every single possibility? Instead of seizing on one viewpoint, the truth is uncovered by analyzing things from every angle.
Perhaps, but where do we go from here?
Let's review this series of unfortunate events from the beginning. Maybe we'll uncover something new.
What a pain in the ass!
I don't disagree, but our lives are on the line. If this is what it takes, we have to do it.
All right, Ethan.
Plus, maybe we'll get to find out where the
Have
heck
a good
Kyoko was
time.
when everything went down.
All right then, let's take another look back at what happened. I suppose we could start with this morning. 4 of us gathered together in the dining hall. Makoto, Hina, Kyoko, and myself. We waited there for quite a while, but nobody else showed up, so we went to look for everyone.
So, Byakuya and Toko make sense that they weren't there. They're off doing their own thing. Well, Byakuya is off doing his own thing, and Toko is stalking him. See you tomorrow, Ethan. Then those 4 show up. Let's see. In there. So that leaves Hifumi, Hiro, Celeste, and Taka not present. Let's see. We know Hiro was called out by a note to the rec room at 1 a.m. So he's already out of the picture. Quick cat check here, actually. Zoom and enhance. Like Mason up on the other tree. We waited there for quite a while, but nobody else showed up, so we went to look for everyone else. So Hiro was taken out of the equation. Taka was called out to show up at 6. So Taka was removed an hour before anybody showed up. When everybody was supposed to be in the room, that's when Celeste was supposedly attacked and when she took the picture. We don't have any indication aside from her testimony that that's when that happened.
That was around 8 a.m.
And as soon as we split up, Kyoko went missing.
Soon after that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room and quickly came to get Makoto and me.
So we find Celeste in the rec room.
Seems I was unconscious for about an hour after I was attacked by my mystery assailant. I know it was an hour because I remember being attacked a little after 7.
That was when we saw Celeste's picture and discovered that her assailant had been wearing a strange costume. As it turns out, it was Robo-Justice.
So the crude letters on the shoulders.
It also soon became clear that this same Robo-Justice had abducted Hifumi. We were soon joined in our search by Byakuya and Toko, and then went on to find Hifumi in the library. He was injured, so we took him to the nurse's office and resumed our search for the suspect.
So we find Hifumi in the library, bopped on the head and calling the attacker Robo-Justice. He's taken to the nurse's office. Celeste and Aoi stay behind.
But not long after leaving the nurse's office,
Celeste spots something. Hey, there's something on the top at the top of the steps on the second floor.
When Celeste told us that, we decided to split up and search the second floor. And soon after that,
I saw someone moving around on the 3rd floor, and I yelled out to everyone as soon as I did.
So I saw the costumed man, and that's what leads them to go down and find Taka's body.
And then...
No. Ah, okay. That is Hifumi dying in the nurse's office. So the question I have right now is, if Celeste is masterminding this, why does she lead them up to the second floor at that point? Oh, maybe she led him up to the second floor so that Hifumi had time to orchestrate this, to pretend to be dead. Because remember, he would have had to get a mallet and the blood sprayed around. There are blood packs available for him to use. It wasn't an evidence point, but they're in the fridge in the nurse's office.
At that point, we decided to divide up into two groups. Celeste, Hina, and I went back to the nurse's office, while Sakura, Byakuya, and Toko chased after the suspect.
And this is where we get the simultaneous body situation that I think is part of the crux of this. Is we find Hifumi dead in the nurse's office and Taka dead in the physics lab supply room almost simultaneously. And we get the first dead body announcement. And I didn't notice until later that we get a second dead body announcement when we find both of the bodies together. And that Monokuma mentions, I was gonna give these when the first one was found, but decided to wait, and it was worth it. So it was one person is dead when they find Taka's body.
When we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi dead.
So right there, this is they went up to the second floor in order to give Hifumi time to get the mallet, wherever the mallet was, and to arrange the blood spray. Most likely using the blood packs.
And that's when we heard the body discovery announcement. I left Celeste and Hina there and headed back to the third floor to let the others know what had happened.
They go up.
Meanwhile, we had just discovered Taka's body in the equipment room. We must have found both bodies at almost exactly the same time.
This is one of the key aspects, is finding both bodies at once.
Because we heard the same announcement not long after we discovered his body.
And that's when I told you guys about Hifumi. Then the three
no,
of us headed
Hifumi
for
is
the
dead.
nurse's office.
They all run back down to the nurse's office and are shown
right
the body.
After we left the physics lab, we ran into Celeste, who'd arrived after us, and she told us something very surprising.
Yep. Celeste runs up to ensure they all come down to the nurse's office.
We rushed back to the nurse's office and saw that she was right.
Then we remembered we'd left Toko passed out in the equipment room, so we hurried back again.
Yep. If Fumi's body is missing, they go back up. Now this body is missing.
But when we got there, we discovered that now Taka's body had also gone missing. Next thing we knew, we were searching the school for 2 missing dead bodies.
Yeah, so Hifumi sets up the death. They split up. They come back down. Both bodies are found at once. Taka's in the physics supply room, and Hifumi's in the nurse's office. Celeste runs back up. I'm sorry. Celeste takes Aoi to the bathroom, and then upon returning, Hifumi's body is gone. So, having seen that, Celeste goes up to them in the supply room and tells them the body is gone, come look. They come back down. My contention is while they were finding that body and Celeste was taking Aoi to the bathroom, Hifumi gets up and goes to the repository by the art room and locks the door. Everybody comes back down, finds Hifumi's body is missing, confirms it. They go back up, they find Taka's body is missing. Now they go hunting for bodies. That's when they discover that the door is locked into the repository. I think... No, they discover it's locked, and then they find the body in... they find that Taka's body is missing too. So they're searching around, they find that the repository is locked, they find Taka's body is missing, now they go and they find that the repository is open, and they find both bodies. So it's that they all go back to get Toko. I'm missing a step. We'll find it in here in a moment.
And after some time,
Celeste informed us that she'd found the bodies, and we all headed to the repository, which is where we rediscovered the corpses.
Yes, both of them are found missing, and that's when the repository door unlocks. Oh, okay, here's the moment. So, they go searching for bodies. Celeste immediately goes to the repository. And is let in by Hifumi, who has taken Takahiro's body. Taka's body. I can't remember what the rest of his name is, but Taka's body. She comes in there. She uses mallet number 5 to bash his head in and kills him. And then rinses the mallet off and gets... well, it's not mallet number 5. It's the 5th mallet. It rinses it off and then hangs it back up to get the blood off of it. Though it's a giant wooden mallet, it'd be hard to rinse the blood off. Anyhow, though, she kills him and then goes out and tells everybody, I found the bodies. They all come and see both of the bodies, and at that moment, three people who are not the killer have discovered the body, and the second body announcement goes off.
I think that about covers it.
I see. The whole thing sounds
Little
exceptionally
fuzzy in
complicated.
some of the transition spots, but that's the gist of it.
It certainly seems to me that these are not a simple series of connected events.
Okay, well, if that's true, then what?
Rather than a single series of events, I think we have to consider each murder a separate situation. And from there, we can uncover the contradictions surrounding all of them. Now then, let's get started, beginning with what happened to Taka.
Contradictions hidden in what happened to Taka.
So,
we're going to have a quick break here for just a moment, folks. And then we'll wrap up for the night in about 10-20 minutes. Getting situated. All right, we're back. Quick look at this. They were each killed by a blow to the head. It was thought that they were both killed with a similar weapon. It's Kiyotaka. Okay. All right. Let's see how far we can get. 9:30 is the hard cutoff. He said.
I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after. So,
I think it's we're just calling out that that's not a certainty.
We already know what order they were killed in.
That's a health pip lost.
So,
Wrong thingy.
I wonder if or perhaps it was. We already know what order they were killed. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
What?
Shoot. So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if or perhaps it was. We already know what order they were killed. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed while Taka's death came.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
Oh, okay. Okay, this is a lock-on thing.
Died before, or perhaps it was after. We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammer.
It's true that Hifumi was killed while Taka's death.
See? So it's obvious Taka came. So, I wonder if he, or perhaps it was. We already know what order they were killed in.
No, that's wrong.
I remembered that this was a mechanic.
Hold on. There's no reason to assume that the hammers were used in the same order as their numbers. If anything, that's just another way the killer tried to disguise their actions.
So you're saying the culprit wanted us to think the hammers were used in order, but in reality, Taka was killed before Hifumi? Okay then, let's see the proof.
Remember, Hifumi, it's Hifumi's handwriting. Celeste can't possibly write that way. That lured Taka out. Taka's watch is the evidence here. Wristwatch. Come on, S. That was costly time-wise.
I've got it! Taka's wristwatch! See? Look! It broke with the hands pointing just past 6 o'clock.
It must have gotten broken when he was attacked by the killer. Because as of last night...
Super Saiyan Taka, still. As of 10 p.m., his watch was still working.
So if it wasn't broken after 6 last night, then he must have been attacked around 6 this morning.
And that would be his official time of death.
But if that's true, then he was killed well before Hifumi.
And before Celeste was attacked this morning, which happened around 7.
That's right. Taka was killed before.
That simple fact slipped past all of us. We made the wrong assumption about the order of events, all because of those Justice Hammers.
Taka's obnoxious quirk was endearing compared to Hifumi's. Hifumi always started drifting ew when it went really far. Taka just started to be more and more of a parody the further it went.
That's exactly why the culprit wrote the numbers on each hammer and had them increase in size. That way, when we saw how they were used in each incident, we'd easily make that wrong assumption.
Now, if Taka was killed around 6, then everyone's alibis for his murder go out the window. Because when he was killed, we hadn't met up in the dining hall yet.
That may be true in the case of Taka's murder, but all of our alibis still hold true for Hifumi's death.
That's right. With him, at least, we're all safe.
Aw. What was that? Came from downstairs. It must have been. It was
When we
Hifumi.
heard Hifumi screaming, we were all together. Except for Hiro and Kyoko. Then we all ran down to the nurse's office, and that's where we found his body.
That's totally true. We're all in the clear.
Oh, I know! They must have recorded him screaming on a tape or something, then played it later on!
If that's true, where's the tape?
I don't know.
Don't just go making stuff up.
Anyway, we all have rock-solid alibis for when we heard Hifumi scream. Since all of us were there together, clearly none of us could have killed him.
And it does not stop there. There was also the moment when we discovered his body had disappeared. When his body vanished from the nurse's office, Hina and I were in the bathroom together, while everyone else was in the equipment room, correct? And then there's the disappearance of Taka's body from the equipment room. At that time, we were all gathered together in the nurse's office because of Hifumi going missing.
Well, don't forget, I was passed out in the equipment room the whole time.
Wait, then what if Genocide Jill did it? She could have dragged Taka's body out of there right then!
Even if she could pull that off, there's no way she could have done the same with Hifumi's body. Because, as we just established, she was passed out in the equipment room when his body disappeared.
Besides, I didn't do either of them anyway.
In other words, it is impossible that any of us could have killed Hifumi or moved either of their bodies. On the other hand, Hiro and Kyoko had disappeared, so they most certainly could have done those things.
So what now,
What now?
Kyoko?
For now, we can't get fixated on who did it, or we'll just keep going around in circles. So instead of who, I propose we start talking about how. In particular, I think we need to figure out how Hifumi's body got moved.
That's true. We searched everywhere, but we couldn't figure out how to explain his body disappearing. And according to what Celeste said,
Could not have been gone for more than a minute or two. So the killer was able to get in, move Hifumi's body in that short amount of time. It would seem so.
his body apparently disappeared in the 1 minute her and Hina took their eyes off of it. But to carry that much weight from the first floor up to the third in that short amount of time?
Oh, I bet that's why the blood was over his glasses too. So it would be easier to see if to prevent his eyes from being spotted. Now, how to prevent his breathing or any such thing from being spotted is another question, but you know.
Oh man, yeah! There's no way! It'd be impossible!
Well, what if I told you there was a way to make the impossible possible?
What? How?
If the dead body were to move itself.
Twist!
The dead body moved on its own?
Zombie hamster man!
No! Not another... ghost!
I don't think it has anything to do with the occult. I think what she's implying is we thought Hifumi was dead, but perhaps in reality he was still alive.
He was alive?
Are you saying Hifumi wasn't carried out of the nurse's office, but simply walked out on his own?
But I mean, we found his body. He was dead.
Perhaps he was simply playing dead.
That it isn't possible.
The idea that Hifumi was still alive, is it really possible? Broken
Are you
wristwatch.
saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Someone else's discovery. Trying to figure out which word we need to grab.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is Hifumi was dead.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery and Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement.
Are we really so? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Someone else's discovery, dead body had been found. Okay, it's dead someone else's discovery.
Are you saying that when we first there's a chance he was actually
No, Hifumi was dead. And you know that. Surely you heard the body discover Hifumi's dead body and that is why the announcement.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Are you saying that when we first there's a chance he was actually
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest. Hifumi's dead body had been found.
No, that's wrong.
Lost some seconds from tagging
Was
the
the body discovery
tagging the words
announcement
after the
that was
purples
made
had disappeared.
Really intended for Hifumi?
Of course it was. The announcement played right after we discovered his body.
Maybe. But that was also the same time that Taka's body was found.
That's right. It wasn't long after finding his body that we heard the announcement.
So there's a good chance we've made a mistake in there somewhere. I think we've confused whether the announcement was for Hifumi or Taka.
First of all, if 2 bodies had been found, there really should have been 2 announcements.
Maybe Monokuma simply got lazy and rolled them together into one.
What do you say, Monokuma? Any comment?
Well, it's a very sensitive issue, so I can't go into too much detail. But what I can say about the body discovery announcement is that it's only broadcast when 3 or more people find a dead body for the first time.
That didn't answer our question, man. We're asking if you're a lazy bum.
No, actually, that was plenty. Huh? He said it's only broadcast when a body is discovered for the first time, which means even if we find the same body again later, he won't make the announcement again. If that's true, then why was the announcement made again later on?
We are indeed mid-trial, Ray Day.
Huh? Later on?
Exactly. We heard the body discovery announcement twice.
Second body discovery announcement was when we found both of them. So one of the bodies in the room, when 2 of them were there, was discovered for the first time.
I got it! We heard it a second time in the repository, when we rediscovered the 2 bodies. It didn't seem weird at the time. But it
We are
contradicts
working
what
through
Monokuma
the
just
zombie
told us,
hamster
doesn't
man
it?
hypothesis. Didn't seem weird at the time, but it contradicts what Monokuma just told us, doesn't it?
If we were actually rediscovering both bodies, the announcement shouldn't have played.
And in reality, when the two dead bodies were rediscovered, one of them was actually being discovered for the first time.
So, when we found Hifumi the first time in the nurse's office, he wasn't actually dead yet. Meaning, he wasn't actually found dead until we came upon him in the repository.
And that's just part of it. There's one other thing that leads me to believe he was still alive in the nurse's office.
Oh, I know! Because he was super good at playing dead! Bada bing, bada boom!
That is the worst logic I have ever heard. But honestly, I do not think there's anything that can prove he was still alive.
His glasses later paired with the cleaning cloth.
Okay then, let's take another look at the events surrounding the discovery of his body. Then it should become clear whether he was really alive or not.
This whole thing is pointless.
To be proof that shows Hifumi was still alive.
Well, here's one thing we do know. The first time we found Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office. And then, while me and Celeste were in the bathroom, his body disappeared.
And the next time we saw his body, it was in the repository.
But when you compare his body before being moved and his body after being moved, other than the change in how it was positioned...
Nope. Dang it.
Shoot!
Well, here's one thing we do. The first time we found him, and then his body disappeared.
And the next time we saw his body, it was in the repository.
But when you compare his body before being other than the change in how it was positioned, there was no notable difference.
No, it's wrong.
I think the killer is Celeste right now,
In
Rayday.
fact, there was one clear difference between Hifumi in the nurse's office and the repository.
Celeste has been controlling the movement of the group the whole time. I think Hifumi may have killed Taka, but Celeste killed Hifumi and is the one that controlled the whole operation. So based on, it's possible that Celeste killed Taka as well, but based on what Monokuma said, the mastermind, when there is an accomplice, is the one that is blackened. Yeah, Celeste was making the whole group dance around to give everybody the opportunity, to give Hifumi the opportunity to run around during the process.
His glasses. That fact alone proves that he was only playing dead in the beginning.
Perhaps he'd like to fill the rest of us in?
When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered with blood. But when we found him again later in the repository, they were spotless. And I found the item he used to wipe them clean in the nurse's office trash can. I got it! It was a glasses cleaning cloth featuring a certain cartoon mascot. One look at the bloodstain on the cloth should make things clear. This piece of cloth was used to wipe Hifumi's glasses clean. And the mascot on the cloth is the same one that's on the digital camera, right? And whose digital camera was it? Hifumi's, of course.
The character was Princess Piggles from Demon Angel Pretty Pudgy Princess, I think.
I think it's fun to hear somebody say that. Princess Piggles from Demon Angel Pretty Pudgy Princess.
I highly doubt anyone but Hifumi would have brought something like this to school.
I see your point. And the only people here who wear glasses are...
I wouldn't be caught dead using a tacky piece of garbage like that.
Byakuya, don't you say it.
A few tissues is all I need to keep my glasses clean.
Then there's no question. It belonged to Hifumi.
So what you're saying is... What exactly?
What I'm saying is, the blood on his glasses was wiped away using his own glasses cleaning cloth.
Even if that is true, it does not mean he wiped the blood off himself.
But who would benefit from a clean pair of glasses other than the glasses owner?
That's a good point.
And it must have been him, right?
So let's assume that Hifumi was still alive in the nurse's office. He pretends to be dead. Then when he's alone, he wipes his glasses clean so he can see. Then he stands up and walks out on his own 2 feet. And with that, the impossible task of moving his copious corpse becomes possible, wouldn't you say?
Kyoko with the post-mortem burn on Hifumi.
But then, if he was just pretending to be dead, what was with all that blood? Was it paint or something?
The fridge in the nurse's office contains packs of blood for emergencies. He probably used one of those.
Casemate, yeah, Hifumi was definitely the type, since he's the ultimate fanfic creator and based on what we've been told about the Japanese version of the game, there's an implication that he's the ultimate, like, risque magazine creator, as far as, like, fan works. So he is definitely the type that would be saying things like, it's not pornography, it's art.
He figured if he was gonna play dead, he should go all out, so he just dumped it everywhere. But he got crazy with it and had to wipe his glasses off when he was done. God, what an idiot!
And if Hifumi was still alive at that point, the disappearance of Taka's body is easily explained. It should be perfectly obvious who must have moved Taka's corpse.
I got it! It could only have been Hifumi.
Right, Tass. Independent erotic art creator. It's artistic and tasteful.
While we were all gathered in the nurse's office, he went to the equipment room and took Taka's body.
That also explains how the door to the repository got locked.
The door was locked?
Well, after the bodies disappeared, we all went looking for them, right? So me and Sakura headed for the repository. But when we got there, the door was locked.
Hey there, Zomdanny. Welcome to the stream. We are in the middle of, as the label on the screen is telling me, as I just forgot, Case 3 in Danganronpa. We've still got a ways to go on the game itself, I expect, but we're at the end of Case 3 here. We're puzzling out the, what I am currently calling the Zombie Hamster Man portion of the question.
And the repository door can only be locked from the inside.
How have you been doing today?
Which means, when Hina and Sakura got to the repository, someone was already inside.
and it could only have been Hifumi, who just finished stashing Taka's body there.
I wonder if Celeste was already in there at the time. Like...
He convinced us all he was dead, and when he saw his chance, he dragged Taka's body to the repository. So, Hifumi wasn't just another victim in this case. He was one of the assailants.
But that means he took part in the murders.
I just can't believe it.
If you're having trouble, would you like me to show you one more piece of evidence?
I saw you mentioning that you were practicing a new or a different character in that Guilty Gear game or whatnot that I've seen you playing a couple times, but that the servers have been unreliable.
There's more?
Oh, absolutely. The single
But wait,
biggest
there
fact
is more.
pointing to his involvement has yet to be revealed. You know what I'm talking about, right, Makoto? The item he took off of Taka's lifeless body?
That is the note.
I got it! You're talking about the note Hifumi had hidden away, aren't you?
Hidden note?
That's right. We found it stuffed in his pants.
What? In his...
One of the elements that I think makes this kind of authentic at times is how squeamish everybody is, both around the bodies and around things that are like physical propriety. Like, you looked in his pants? Because, yeah, I've normally seen you playing the, like, Oni Ninja Girl in that game, and I think you said you were trying, was Bedman or something like that? I think I've seen that character before. I've yet to see a situation where crossplay has made servers stable.
Yes, his pants.
Don't say it that way, Sakura.
Okay, well, forget about the pants for now. Take a look at what the note says.
Found a hole that we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out about it, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the equipment room at 6, the equipment room of the physics lab, where Taka was initially found dead.
That's the note I was telling you about. The one that told me where to go. Huh? Wait, this one's a little different. In my note it said, Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m.
I see. Then this note isn't the same one Hiro got.
Come here, Sky. Come here.
It's not the same?
In other words, the killer got in touch with another person besides Hiro. And that person could only have been...
Hifumi's pants.
That's right! Taka!
I'm having a good time with this game, Zomdanny. It's why it's still got 2 slots each week on my schedule. There's like 2 other Danganronpas, and then I think there's a 4th one that's like a shooter. Or something like that. Hello, Sherbet.
The killer used this note to draw out Taka and murder him.
Careful, you. Careful. Careful.
Hello? Over here! Objection! Objection!
Genocide Jill is still one of my favorite characters. She's got kind of a, at least as far as her lines and delivery, kind of a Harley Quinn vibe, you know?
I don't really understand what's going on, but Hifumi had that letter, right?
The Manic Pixie Murder Girl, I think, is a fun character archetype. really understand what's going on, but Hifumi had that letter, right?
It wasn't drawing out TikTok, they were drawing out Huffy.
So I am currently holding Sky. That is Mason in the cat tree picture there. Then Sherbet is hanging out on the table side here. And then Sammy is on the bed pillow. So this is where we have to point out the torn piece of paper that matches the torn corner of the note in Taka's hands.
Just to be clear, TikTok is Taka and Huffy is Hifumi, right?
Oh, yes! Why must you ruin it every time?
Let her get to me. Okay, there is going to be a thing that I have to snatch.
Huffy had the note, right? Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy.
But remember what the note said. What time did it say to meet?
6 a.m., I believe.
The time doesn't matter. The note has nothing to do with TikTok. Huffy had the note, right? Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy.
But remember what the note said. What time did it say to meet?
6 a.m.
The time doesn't matter. The note has nothing to do with TikTok.
Oh wait, that's what I just had. Oh, broken wristwatch. That is relevant.
The note, right? Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy.
But remember what the note said. What time did it say to
6 a.m.
The time doesn't matter. The note has nothing to do with TikTok. Huffy had the note. Then the person it was must have been Huffy.
But
Dang it.
remember what the note said. What time did it say to meet?
6 a.m.
The time doesn't matter. The note has nothing to do with TikTok.
No, it's wrong.
I do like how she calls him TikTok. Both a play on his
No,
Taka name,
there absolutely
but
is a
also
connection.
his time fixation.
What the hell are you talking about?
The note said to meet at 6 a.m., which is the same time Taka was murdered. We've already proven that using his wristwatch. But there's more. Look where the note says to meet. The equipment room, right?
Which is where Taka was killed. I see.
So, Taka was murdered at both the time and place written in the note. I think that should be plenty to show that this note was definitely meant for Taka.
Well, when you put it like that.
It's like she's tapping her cheek with her tongue.
Further objections?
Then someone used that note to trick Taka. Just the same as me. The culprit really is a cold-blooded monster. Telling people they found a way out.
But if they gave the note to Taka, what was Hifumi doing with it?
Stuffed down his pants, no less.
Most likely, Hifumi stole it off Taka's corpse after he died.
Huh? He's
Where's your proof? Go.
Shred of paper.
I got it! When I searched
Got
Taka's
most of my
body,
health back
I
finally.
saw that his lifeless hand was gripping a small scrap of paper. If I'm right about this, The sheet of paper this piece came from is... I knew it! It fits perfectly with the note we found hidden on Hifumi.
Then Taka's scrap and Hifumi's note.
Aoi, slowly piecing it together.
Yup, they're from the same piece of paper.
Hifumi had the note meant for Taka, while Taka's corpse still grasped a small piece of that note. There's only one way to explain it.
Taka died clutching the note. Hifumi tried to free the note from his death grip, leaving behind only one small scrap. Did I get all that right?
That means Hifumi knew the note was important.
Exactly. Which proves that he was an accomplice in the murder.
Whoa. Yeah. After seeing all this, Hifumi was super involved in this whole thing for sure. In fact, he was behind the whole thing. In fact, he's still alive!
Ah, hero.
Sorry, no.
Sit back down, hero.
When we found him in the repository, Hifumi was truly and completely dead. The second body discovery announcement proves that.
So then, who killed Hifumi?
Whoever did is the mastermind, the true killer.
He was killed in the repository. So he must have been killed not long after transporting Taka's body.
So, he must have been killed after Taka's body vanished, but before we found both bodies in the repository.
During that time, we'd all split up and were searching for Taka's missing body. In other words, during that time, none of us have alibis.
Wait, but me and Sakura were together.
Stop trying to steal the spotlight, you stupid walrus!
That's a new one. At least she's not using disturbing references to Oi's chest.
Who are you calling a walrus?
Anyway, when they were killed bothers me too. But there's something that's been bothering me even more.
And what might that be?
The weapon they used to kill Hifumi.
This is the extra mallet.
The weapon?
Yeah, because I mean, according to the Monokuma file, the way Taka and Hifumi were killed was almost the same, with them having similar fractures and all. But Justice Hammer 3 and 4 were still laying around in the nurse's office and equipment room, right?
Justice Hammer.
So if Hifumi was killed in the repository, the culprit would have had to grab one of the hammers, kill Hifumi,
Toko's still in her "I'ma stab you" pose.
then put the hammer back where they found it. But wouldn't that be seriously risky for him?
I'm surprised. It seems there's some semblance of a brain knocking around that skull of yours after all.
Hell yeah, it's packed in there good and tight.
Pressing hard up against his skull.
He's right, though. I don't understand it either. The Monokuma file makes it clear that they were killed using similar instruments. But if the hammers were already laying around those other rooms...
So the question is, how could the culprit have gotten their hands on either of the hammers? Personally, I haven't a clue. So which hammer was used to attack Celeste? Number 1 or number 2?
Those were accounted for in other rooms too. And I don't think either one is big enough to kill someone.
Then,
A relatively small wooden mallet is enough to cave your head in, folks.
Is it not possible
Hello,
they
Sherbet.
used a different weapon?
Hello, Sherbet.
I don't think it is possible. They were both killed with the same kind of thing, right?
So then, what was used to kill Hifumi?
And that was actually used to kill him. The spotless hammer. Hello, Shirley. Hello.
What was used to kill Hifumi? Was it Justice Hammer 3?
Maybe Justice Hammer. Well, there's one thing. How was the culprit able? How did nobody witness them?
Sounds like a Justice Hammer 5 is about to make it. Check out murdergear.com.
Well, one thing seems pretty. The murder weapon had to be one of the Justice. Hey,
No, it's wrong.
Anybody. We're getting way more sociable,
The
Sherbet.
murder weapon wasn't a justice hammer at all. No, it was something completely different.
but seriously?
A different weapon.
Specifically, a hammer from the repository. The killer could have easily used that to kill Hifumi. Now, all the hammers in the repository were covered in flecks of grit and debris, but for some reason, one of them had been scrubbed clean. And the reason it had been scrubbed clean was most likely because it was used to commit murder. If the hammer got covered in
Murder.
Hifumi's blood, of course they'd have to clean it off. I'd also like to point out that the repository has all kinds of hammers. Big ones, small ones, and even some flat mallet-like ones. I think whoever made the Justice Hammers used those as a basis for their design.
If that's true, that would explain the Monokuma file's note about the wounds being similar.
So Hifumi moved Taka's body to the repository, where someone then used a hammer to kill him.
Whoever did that was the true killer. The one Hifumi was working with. Hold on a moment. I still think it's strange to assume someone was working together with him. The way the graduation rule works, there is no benefit to helping someone else carry out a murder. So the idea that anyone would work together like that is simply ludicrous. We talked about this, did we not?
We talk about how there wouldn't be any reason for anyone to work together. So that's what we thought at first, but this looks like it's going to be a
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together on this.
That is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
Based on the rules that have been laid, even if more than one person is only the one who actually carried out the act can, assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together.
That is how the rule was explained.
But that only really applies if there's, in this case, however, there were two murders.
so it's impossible.
Based on
Is
the
what we're
rules
looking
that
to
have
shoot
been- even
here.
if more than one only the one who actually carried out the act can, assuming the rule holds true.
No, it's wrong. Since there were two murders, it's at least plausible that more than one person was involved.
That is right. They haven't explicitly said if it's each murder can only count once.
What do you mean?
If there'd only been one murder, then yes, the idea of an accomplice isn't really worth considering. Naturally, if only one person can be saved per murder, an accomplice has no risk versus reward benefit.
Risk versus reward benefit?
The payoff for working together. The reward that balances out the risk of taking part in a scheme. There's no point in being someone's accomplice if there's no benefit to you. However, if there were some potential mutual reward for the risk, then cooperation becomes possible.
You're saying that two people could act as each other's accomplices to commit two separate murders.
So Celeste convinces him to help in a murder. I wonder how that the story fully plays out. I mean, we'll have the storyboard sequence to be sure.
I think that's what the true killer told Hifumi. They would each have an accomplice for their crime. And based on the case's events, Hifumi would have been the first one to act, murdering Taka.
So Hifumi
They
kills
made him
Taka.
carry out the first murder so he couldn't back out of helping them later on.
Ah, okay. The idea was, okay, you'll kill Taka, and then you'll help me kill someone else. And she gets rid of him either because the plot was discovered too early. Actually, no. She gets rid of him because it ties up a loose end. She doesn't have to worry about him getting outed and outing her if she kills him instead of working with him to kill someone else.
So in this case, there wasn't one single person
That makes
committing
sense.
multiple murders. Instead, each person killed someone, creating two separate incidents. And it only looked like one person because that's how the true killer designed it to look. A single suspicious individual, a similar weapon used in each crime, disappearing bodies. By creating one seamless set of circumstances, they made it look like one person was behind it all.
I'm still puzzled by the little zoomed in face on the left. You know, it vibrating is a weird choice since the actual sprite never is, but they also usually don't match the expression of the actual sprite. Like if they mirrored the expression, that would be one thing.
The mastermind picked their target and managed to convince him to go along with their plan. And then, to avoid the no accomplices rule, they simply killed their accomplice. Which, if true, means that betraying Hifumi was part of the plan from the very beginning.
That's just awful. How could anyone be so cruel?
You think so? I can't help but admire its cunning. Still,
How could
their
anybody
choice
have
of
been so
accomplice
cruel?
seems odd.
They said, talking about a hypothetical murderer while talking about an actual murder. The effort made to convince us the two murders were the same. That was the main characteristic. Yoko must have noticed that fact from the very beginning, which is why she said not to look at this as a series of connected events, but entirely separate incidents. Yoko really is amazing. Although, when you think about it, she's almost too amazing. Like, it's almost unnatural how good she is at this.
I understand how an accomplice could be involved, but then who was the one pulling Hifumi's strings?
That's problem numero uno right now.
Manipulated Hifumi to carry out a number of actions and in the end murdered him. The other reason that I've suspected Celeste as soon as the Hifumi's involvement became clear is how devoted Hifumi was to Celeste. And the debates up until now, the way the case has unfolded, when you consider all that, only one person who seems to fit. And once the trial started, it was very likely to be Celeste, given how she is the central opponent in a lot of the arguments.
Here's my answer. It was Celeste.
Ah, so I'm the suspicious individual now, am I? I really do hate this kind of joke.
A joke? I wonder.
So what you are saying, then, is that I specifically chose to work together with Hifumi. The idea that I would choose to spend any amount of time interacting with him, that I would go within 10 feet of that shit-for-brain-fat, lazy, worthless goddamn idiot!
Wow, her accent healed away during that, didn't it?
Pardonnez-moi.
Just to be clear, there is evidence to support it.
Is that so?
It is. Throughout the investigation, there was certain behavior that was common only to the two of you. Considering what we've learned so far, it only further proves that the two of you were working together.
I got it! The behavior they had in common has to do with the suspicious individual in the suit, doesn't it?
They were the only ones that were able to articulate that they were under threat from the individual. Nobody else even got to see them.
The only ones who ever actually saw Robo-Justice firsthand were Celeste and Hifumi.
Shush, the adults are talking now.
Sorry.
As he said, only Celeste and Hifumi ever laid eyes on the costumed individual.
You be quiet, Makoto. I want to seem all smart right now. Shush.
If we accept that Hifumi was one of the culprits, we can't help but suspect what Celeste has said as well.
Are you saying everything they told us was a lie?
After taking Hifumi to the nurse's office, we all began our search for this individual, correct? And not too long after that, do you remember what Celeste said? We headed to the second floor specifically because of what she claimed to have seen. Next, to draw us all to the physics lab up on the third floor,
She let out a blood-curdling scream.
and when we'd all come to see what was wrong, what was it she said?
The strange costumed man. Exactly, casemate. I've done none of the work up until now except to insult you and tell you to do all of the work for me. But now I shall take the credit.
Once she'd done her job of getting us all up to the physics lab, it was time for her partner to get to work.
Yep, she lures everyone up. They find they hear the scream from down below.
It was to get us to divide into two groups. So
Yep.
that we would discover both bodies at the same time?
In fact, Celeste was precisely the one who proposed that we split up.
I didn't recall that, but that makes sense. Why don't we split into two groups? Yep. They do such a good job with this game so far. And Makoto and Hina, you come with me.
Well, if Celeste and Hifumi were working together, all those chance events suddenly become connected. And on top of that, that piercing cry of yours early on. That was to signal Hifumi, wasn't it?
She screams extra loud to tell him it's like, act now.
It was your way of telling him, we are on the third floor, everything's going according to plan. Why else would you let out a scream that could have carried across the sea?
I just realized another strange thing. When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, who we now know was only pretending to be dead, Celeste, you were the first one to say he'd been murdered. You wanted to make sure we wouldn't have any doubt in our minds.
I mean, that's a weak one. Just the first person to call out, he seems dead. Now, you could also view it as she calls out, look, he's dead, to try to keep people from looking too close.
I don't believe it! Everything! The whole thing was one big act!
Hina, you were with Celeste when Hifumi's body disappeared, right?
Yeah. I was feeling kinda sick, so Celeste took me to the bathroom. Wait! Then that was...
She wasn't worried about you. She just saw a chance to help Hifumi sneak out of the nurse's office.
Each piece isn't much by itself, but start putting them together and the picture gets very ugly indeed. Wouldn't you agree, Celeste?
I have no idea what you mean.
Don't bother trying to deny it. You made one fatal mistake.
Oh, did I?
I didn't even catch it myself when you first said it, but looking back, I can say that that one little slip-up was your undoing.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about what you said after Hifumi's body disappeared and we returned to the nurse's office.
They must really be enjoying this. The sight of us standing around frightened and confused. We're all going to die here. Just like those guys died.
I remember her saying that too, but I don't understand what's so strange about it.
Then pay attention. Sakura, Toko, and I were first to discover Taka's body in the equipment room. Then Makoto showed up and told us Hifumi had been killed, so Sakura and I left with Makoto. Once we were in the hall, we ran into Celeste, and the four of us headed to the nurse's office. Now, the entire time we were together, none of us said anything about Taka being dead.
This is also relatively weak because 3 other people that they would all call guys have died. So there's if she had said like both of them or something like that, or those 2, that would be different.
Think about it. Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. It was completely out of place.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Although I don't really get what it means.
You hear that, Celeste? Everyone's having some trouble understanding. Could you repeat what you said? If you're really not the culprit, you shouldn't have any problem repeating it, right?
And Celeste's comment doesn't make sense, but what is he alluding to?
All I said was, they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it, what was so strange about Celeste's comment?
Shoot! All I said was, they must really be enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and they must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
No. Let's see.
Shoot! All I said was,
Let's actually look at the Monokuma file real quick here.
we must
Is it
really be
more
enjoying
simple?
the sight of us. They must be. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died.
Shoot!
Ah, not getting it.
All I said was, they must really enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened, and they must be positively. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes. What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
All I said, they must really enjoying the sight of us standing. They must be positive. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like.
No,
That's
wrong.
roundabout. Come on now.
That's right. There's no reason Celeste should have said, just like those guys died. When she said that, none of us had told her Taka was dead.
Exactly. And we didn't run into her until after we were all out in the hall. So there was never any chance for her to have seen his body in the...
So how did you know, Celeste? How did you know more than one person had been killed? And how did you know they were both guys? Because Kyoko had also disappeared, right? So she could have been dead too.
You all have such vivid imaginations. You know that?
Imaginations?
You claim that I was lying when I told you about the suspicious person I saw. Then what about the picture I took? How do you explain this picture of the costumed villain dragging Hifumi away?
Just Hifumi carrying the
It has
suit.
to be some kind of setup, right? So let's put the suit on, and then she used the camera's timer.
Have you so quickly forgotten? You are the only one who could have possibly fit into that suit. Plus, I happen to know that this particular camera does not have a timer.
Yep, they did call that out specifically.
In other words, it is an unassailable fact that this is a picture of Hifumi being dragged away. If everything I told you was a lie, how can this picture exist?
Simple. Are we sure that's really a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away?
What could you possibly mean by that?
Surely there are other explanations than the one you've offered.
It could also be Hifumi, like, hauling Hiro around in the suit. But it'd be weird for them to be up on the 3rd floor for that.
No, there is no other explanation.
I got it! It's not a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away. I would say it's a picture of Hifumi dragging the suspect away.
That's certainly within the realm of possibility. The one being dragged off in that picture isn't Hifumi, but the person in the robot suit.
I still contend that the left arm would require that he be snapped at the forearm for it to work properly. But, yeah. Or that the arm is detachable at the elbow.
We've simply been led to believe that it's the other way around. And the strange costume might only exist to lead us astray even farther. If you saw someone wearing something like that in this situation, of course you'd notice and be suspicious.
That's what happened! You put me to sleep and made me out to be the bad guy in all this!
Such a thing is utterly impossible. Hifumi was dragging him away? Ridiculous.
Is it? I don't think it's ridiculous at all.
Then shut your mouth and allow me to educate you.
She can prove that there's no way Hifumi was dragging the suspect away. Is that really possible?
locked me up in that suit after I passed out. Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight. You tried to make me look like the bad guy.
Like I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit was unconscious, there's no way they could stand up straight like that.
No,
The suit would prevent them from bending at all.
no. Even if the person inside the suit were unconscious, they could still stand up like that.
The legs hardly bend, and it doesn't bend at the waist, so yeah.
Because that Robo-Justice suit had a certain characteristic.
That's right! They totally made a mistake when they made it, so it couldn't bend at the waist.
I'm not so sure that was a mistake. I think the suit was designed from the beginning to be used the way it was.
Oh, we're starting to get to see her shocked expressions as much as her angry expressions.
Celeste and Hifumi took the suit they'd specially designed and stuffed Hiro into it. That's how they were able to fake that whole thing. The point of it all was to make us believe whoever was in the suit was to blame.
Well then, I suppose this is checkmate.
Checkmate?
Don't make me laugh, you idiot! What do you
Ooh.
mean, checkmate?
Celeste?
Clearly, you want to cram me into your little guilty box. Well, there's one
We're gonna keep going until
little
the trial is over.
problem.
Have you already
Shocking, I
forgotten
know.
what Hifumi told us as he lay dying?
Who attacked you? Who tried to kill you? Who killed me? Remember their name? Yasuhiro.
When we asked him who had attacked him, his answer was quite clear, was it not? He said, and I quote, Yasuhiro.
In other words, Yasuhiro Hakakure!
Wait, but my name isn't really Yasuhiro. It's actually Taro.
Your confusing statements don't make any sense. You're only making things more complicated.
He did say Yasuhiro, but are we sure he was really pointing the finger at Hiro?
What the hell are you talking about? I'll burn you alive!
Kyoko, what do you mean by that?
Think back to how Hifumi used to talk to us. How did he refer to each of us?
Ah, last names.
That's right! Our last names! He called us all by our last names!
Exactly. I know I heard him say Mr. Naegi more than once, for example. So if Hifumi did mean to say Hiro's name, he would have said his last name, Hagakure.
I'm sure it was just incidental. By chance, his first name.
Indecent?
Don't talk.
Random chance. Now isn't that a convenient explanation?
Jill briefly implying a relationship between Hifumi and Hiro. That they were on first name terms,
No. There's no
as opposed to
reason
the
think he would have
more
said the name any
the
different
more
than
casual
normal.
the more formal surname terms.
But he must have run out of energy before he could say any more.
So Hifumi was trying to tell us the last name of whoever killed him?
But the name he said doesn't apply to anyone here.
Well, no. Hold on. There's one
That's
person
not
it
Celeste's
could
real name.
apply to.
That's Celeste is like her handle.
And that's Celeste. She never actually told us what her real name is.
What did you just say? To think you'd take your false accusation so far I don't know whether to laugh or spit!
This is why Kyoko mentioned the handbooks might come into to play. Because when you turn on the handbook, it shows you your actual name.
Come on! Enough with your idiotic blather! Yasuhiro is a loser's name! Do I look like a loser to you? Well, do I?
She does currently look like she's trying to play a Yu-Gi-Oh card on us, though.
What? I think I've earned the right to be a little on edge.
Okay, then fill us in. What's your real name?
Make sure your ear holes are wide open, and my real name is Celestia Ludenberg. Could you please stop making me repeat myself over and over again?
I still won't give up, so then I have to do something to make her accept it.
Hifumi was trying to tell us something. He wanted us to know the killer's last name, Yasuhiro.
If there's one person here who might have that last name,
It would have to be you, Celeste. You haven't told anyone what your real name is.
how many times do I have to tell you? My name Celestia Ludenberg, god damn it!
Upside down.
How long do you plan to go on pretending?
I'm not pretending. And since you have no way to contradict me, that's the only truth there is! Moron!
What? The e-handbook shows the owner's real name.
Hifumi was trying to... He wanted us to know the killer's last name. If there's one person...
It would have to be you, Celeste.
How many times do I have to tell you? Celestia Ludenberg!
How long do you plan to go on pretending?
I'm not pretending. And since you have no way to contradict... That's the only truth there is! Moron!
Oh, did it cut over? I'm gonna try it one more time.
Hifumi was trying to... He wanted us to know the killer's last name. If there's one person...
It would have to be you, Celeste.
How many times? Celestia Ludenberg!
How long do you plan to go on pretending?
I'm not pretending. And since you have no way to
Oh,
contradict...
dang it.
That's the only truth there is!
Yep.
Moron!
Ah,
Hifumi
There's
was-
a- there's
he
a
wanted
narrow
us to know
window
the
to hit
killer's
it.
last name. If there's one person...
It would have to be you, Celeste.
How many times? Celestia Ludenberg!
How long do you plan to go on pretending?
I'm not pretending. And since you have no way to contradict me...
there.
No, what's wrong?
It was correct. It's that it cycled over. Just as I fired.
That's it. The handbook.
What?
Anytime you turn your handbook on, it shows the owner's name when it boots up, right? Monokuma told us all about it before.
Start it up, it'll display your name.
So all we have to do is check her. That's how we can find out Celeste.
That's an invasion of privacy. I refuse to cooperate.
Say, there's a defense.
Celeste, can you please just tell us what really happened? Please. Just
Even when I'm put in check, it's just my nature not to give up. Because until the game's over, you never know what might happen.
fine then. Let me settle it. Let me go over the case again, from the beginning, and shed light on
Storyboard
how
time.
to bring everything to.
that one is. That's from the first trial. Second hammer. It's 1 o'clock here. Putting into the Robo Justice costume. Takes the pitcher. Just about 6 o'clock. Wallops him with the mallet. Four shows that. So this is their injured. They're going to the library. He's claiming he's injured. It's hammer 3, if I recall. That was hammer 2. Goes in, moves the body, drops it off, kills him with the mallet.
The killer is you!
Alright, let's see.
Before anything, the killer persuaded someone to help carry out the murder. And that person was...
Okay.
Hifumi. With an accomplice, the killer was able to
That
execute
look
a
in the
number of
bottom
otherwise
center
impossible
panel.
schemes.
I like the little animated comic.
First, they convinced someone to meet them in the rec room last night at 1 in the morning. That someone they met with
Evil
was Hiro.
Hifumi is kind of terrifying looking in some of these, isn't he?
The murderous duo intended to pass Hiro off as the prime suspect. So when they met up with him, they drugged him, knocked him out, and stuffed him into the Robo Justice suit.
The Robo Justice suit.
Next, Hifumi positioned himself to make it look like Robo Justice was attacking him, while the killer used a digital camera to take pictures of the assault. They did all this just to create evidence that would put the suspicion on Hiro. When they were done with him, they shoved him, still unconscious, into the pool room locker. And then finally, at 6 a.m., they moved into the murder phase of their plan. They called Taka to the equipment room.
Told ya. Evil Hifumi is awesome looking.
And that's where Hifumi killed him, making it the scene of the first murder. The murder weapon was Justice Hammer 4, which was left there in the equipment room. The reason Hammer number 4 was used was to create confusion about the order of the crimes. so. Next, they falsified 2 more assault incidents. For these attacks, the killers pretended to be the victims, to solidify Robo Justice as the suspect. The first fake incident was the attack in the rec room. There, the killers wanted us to see Justice Hammer 1. They wanted to make sure we bought this. The second fake incident was the attack in the library. This time, they planted Justice Hammer 2 and an injured Hifumi. With these 2 incidents, the killers were able to create a certain preconception in our minds.
I have that distinct feeling, especially Taka when he was fused with Mondo's personality.
That the suspect was increasing the size of the hammers and attacking people in order as they did. We fell right into their trap and started looking for the suspect based on that. While we did that, we left Hifumi alone in the nurse's office. This was exactly what Hifumi was hoping for.
So I expect Mondo Taka there would have laid him completely out that way.
He took a blood packet from the refrigerator and Justice Hammer 3.
Bloody magical girl transformation. Go!
And turned the room into a crime scene, in which he himself had apparently been brutally murdered. He let out a scream to draw us back, and when we returned, that's what we found. Meanwhile, the other group that had been out searching found Taka's body at the same time.
Once again, emphasizing Sakura's completely different art style from everyone else.
So when we heard the body discovery announcement, we naturally assumed it was for Hifumi. We left the nurse's office, and Hifumi once again took advantage of the situation. He simply got up and made his escape. When we learned his body had disappeared, we all rushed back to the nurse's office. And once again, Hifumi had the chance he was waiting for. This time, he snuck into the equipment room. He wrapped Taka's body in a tarp and used the dolly to move it all the way down to the repository. That explains how each of the bodies disappeared. But even Hifumi didn't know what the true killer had in mind for their final act.
Smack!
Their plan all along was to kill Hifumi and get rid of the one person who could betray them. And they did it using an ordinary, everyday hammer from the repository. That should cover everything that happened in this case. And the villain behind it all is...
The shoujo manga
Celeste.
flower frame. Go.
You lose.
I lost? When was the last time I was forced to utter such words? They hang heavy around my neck.
Then you admit it? You're the killer?
Listen to you, trying to take charge, as if you're my private instructor. I, Celestia Ludenberg. Actually, no. Taiko Yasuhiro is fine.
Her accent is gone.
Diego?
So, you finally accepted it.
I'm the kind of person, once I've lost, I don't like things to drag on.
Interesting.
I'll take it.
Okay, Monokuma. I'm ready to begin. Or, no. I suppose this is the end, isn't it?
It is indeed the moment we've all been waiting for. Time to vote, okay? Okay. If you would, please locate your lever and cast your vote.
Notice how it's even if the person has accepted it and says they're ready, and it's clear that they're like, yep, it's going to be me, he still makes the people vote for who gets to die. It's a substantial aspect of it. He's always making the people be the ones to pick who dies.
And when the votes are tallied, who will become the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Well, how is Celeste going to die? Let's find out. It's basically a formality at this point, but once again, you're totally correct. The blackened this time, the true killer who devised the whole stinking scheme was... Celestia Ludenberg, or more precisely, Daiko Yasuhiro.
Honestly.
Lost. Well, that sucks. Guess trying to work with someone else was a mistake after all. Hifumi's ineptitude was beyond all my calculations.
I knew it.
So you really did approach Hifumi with this plan? But how did you get him to agree? I can't imagine he would have happily agreed to commit murder. I'm sure she relied on her specialty, lying. Specialty? Don't make me laugh. I didn't have to lie to get him to agree.
So then...
Then did you use... You know. I knew you'd figure it out, Kyoko. She stole, alter ego and was offering it to him, I bet. Yep, I used her. For everyone who's still left, I'll avoid mentioning it by name. You don't need to. Makoto just said it out loud in this whole process, right at the beginning. It was the one thing that Hifumi and Taka were both super into. And as part of it, she said, we'll kill Taka and you'll get it. He definitely bought in at that point. She mean? She talking about alter ego? Well, now you say it in your head.
Say what?
What are you talking about?
Just a second.
Don't interrupt. We're in the middle of an important conversation here. Quiet, Bear. Totally out of the loop as usual. How sad.
In other words...
Then you're the one who stole it.
Indeed.
I see.
So you used it to drag Hifumi into the plan you'd come up with. Right again. Last night, after we had our meeting about how it disappeared, I paid Hifumi a little visit. The magical girl outfit in the back right. The collection of figures on the desk. The pudgy princess pillow on the bed. What are you doing here? I was hoping I could talk to you, alone. It's about what was stolen. I know who did it.
What?
The little replica bow and arrow to go with the pudgy princess thing.
Are you okay with this?
It was Taka. He stole it.
So then...
I have proof. Would you like to see it? As it turned out, I'd found a use for the digital camera. I'd taken you-know-what to Taka's room earlier and took pictures of it there. I deleted the pictures as soon as I'd showed it to Hifumi, of course.
Damnation!
So it was him. But how did he do it? She was supposed to yell if either of us got close to her. You are correct, which is why Taka forced me to steal it.
Say what?
As for me...
He threatened me.
As for me,
Came to my room last night unannounced, and then it's hard for me to even say he abused me. Wow. She is pressing all of Hifumi's buttons as far as how he'll react.
What?
Took pictures. He said if I did not do as he asked, he would show them to everyone. So I had no choice. Hifumi is already primed to oppose Taka in this scenario, and then she's using the fact that Hifumi already liked Celeste and setting up Taka to be a villain on top of his kind of rivalry.
Damnation!
It's a crime, an absolute crime. I knew he'd gone a little crazy, but
Say what?
I never imagined he would go that far. It was amazing how completely he bought it. I can't express how enjoyable that was. Uh-oh. Camera died. I need to check in what's going on with the tableside cameras because they're flaking out. About to say something I've never said before in my life. I'm gonna kill him.
Unforgivable.
Oh, wow.
most unfortunate.
Wait, please, if you go now, you will be playing right into his hands. Huh?
Actually,
Taka is planning to use her to escape. And he has made you his target.
What?
Escape? You don't mean... Taka is going to try to kill you.
indeed.
And also he can keep her to himself.
This is unforgivable. Completely unforgivable.
Honestly,
We allow him to continue these barbaric acts? This is a redeeming scene to Hifumi, while simultaneously, keeping Hifumi as is. Absolutely not. How could I?
I swear I will save her!
I have to save her.
actually,
And would you like to join with me? It just so happens I've come up with a plan. Huh? I've devised a way to reclaim what he has stolen and escape this dreadful school. With that, it is complete. What are you talking about? Oh, nothing. Hifumi agreed without a second thought. The effect that item had on him was remarkable. The power of love, even a love as twisted as that, can still drive people mad, it would seem. You disgust me.
I see.
I have another question for you. Was that strange costume Hifumi's creation?
indeed.
Yeah, it was a real pain in the butt, too. All I asked him to do was make something to hide the face and general body size. I had no idea he'd make something like that, but it's my fault for picking him in the first place.
But
So why'd you decide to make me the suspect? Because you're stupid. Wow! Did not pull the punch at all. That's it.
Let's see.
And in that regard, I made the right choice. I'm so glad your stupidity has surpassed my every expectation. Life must have been tough on your parents, though. I feel like I could cry. When you were explaining your plan to Hifumi, how did you explain the part about him playing dead? She's asking is, what was Hifumi supposed to do after that, assuming you had actually let him live?
Are you okay with this?
That's simple. After he did his part and pretended to be dead, once someone showed up, I told him to say he'd been seriously wounded, and he was on the verge of death, but he just barely held on. And you really believe that? Pretty much, casemate. It is, it redeems a bit of his moral character, but, it still left him as Hifumi. and she did show no mercy to to Hiro. Wasn't all there was to it. As I explained it to Hifumi, the plan was, while you were all questioning him about what had happened to him, I was going to murder someone else. At that point, Hifumi would have an alibi, so nobody would doubt him. I told him that, and he believed it. It all seems very straightforward, stereotypical. I just matched the lie to the level of the opponent. In fact, Hifumi ate it up. He believed the lie wholeheartedly, right up until the moment of his death.
So in the end...
He'd planned to kill him all along. But of course, there would have been no point to my plan if the one who pretended to be dead did not end up dead himself. How can human life mean so little to you?
Well,
That's a non-issue. I simply did everything in my power to win.
Don't be mean.
Now you sound like Byakuya.
I wonder about that.
No, he derives his pleasure from the thrill of the hunt. In that aspect, we're nothing alike.
Why?
Then what made you take things this far? Was it really just for money? Are you talking about the $10 million Monokuma offered us? That is a lot of money, it's true. But that's not all there is to it. From the moment our new life here began, my only thought has been escape. But all along you've been saying how we have to accept living here.
You little bitch!
Obviously that was a lie.
Hey!
I couldn't take it. I hated it from day one. More than anyone else in here.
You little bitch!
Wanted to get out. Every day was fresh torture. Do you want to know why? Huh?
This is fine.
Because I had a dream. And accepting a life here would have meant nothing less than giving up on my dream forever.
Honestly.
There was no way that I could ever do that. In the underground world of gambling, I risked my life to make a metaphorical killing.
As for me,
And it was all for that dream. And what was this dream of yours?
isn't it wonderful?
To live in a European castle. A castle. To gather handsome men from all over the world to serve as my butlers/bodyguards. Yeah, she's really leaning into the Vampire Queen vibe here, isn't she? Just all the way. The largely monochrome palette with red light. How all the folks have glowing red eyes and the glass full of red there. It's going to make them dress up like vampires and satisfy my every need. Once I obtained that, I could have created a perfectly aesthetic world of
This is
decadence.
fine.
Living the rest of my life there was my only dream, my only goal. It's what life is all about. Combined with my own winnings, Monokuma's $10 million would have made that dream a reality. Got right to the
There is
edge,
nothing
but
to be done.
unfortunately my dream has been scattered to the wind. Still, I don't have any regrets. I pursued my dream till the very end, so why would I?
Just the worst.
You sound so passionate, but you were really able to kill your own friends for it?
Oh,
No, I killed Hifumi and Taka. That's a very different proposition. You asking me to feel guilty? That's a pointless endeavor. I think nothing of sacrificing others for my own ends. I feel nothing.
do you understand?
That's all there is to me. That's what makes me complete. Isn't it terrifying how different our values are? There's simply no room for understanding.
What is this?
That's what we should be saying. And plus, how can you be so calm? Don't you realize you're about to die? Why aren't you scared? My ability to lie is unrivaled, and I take pride in that. It's not just other people. I can even fool my own emotions. The conscious deceives the unconscious. And that's why you're not scared?
Yes, indeed.
That's right. I don't fear death. Kill me however you like. But you know, if I could be reincarnated, if I had a
Isn't it
choice, then
wonderful?
I think I would like to come back as Marie Antoinette.
Hey,
You just get executed again. Celeste smiled then, and when she did, it looked to me like a poor effort to force it. She claimed she could fool her own feelings, but that statement itself must have been her final lie. That weak, fake smile is what betrayed her.
Kills! Chills! Kills!
You all done? Okay, let's get rolling. The Blackened disturbed the peace and must pay the price.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
For her, the ultimate gambler.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Here we go.
I guess I'll let Kyoko hold on to this. What?
Key to a different locker that they switched the laptop to.
Will it really give you the hope you're looking for? I can't say I ever saw it that way. Which is why... Actually, it's not important. Well then, take care, everyone. Perhaps we'll meet again. In another life.
Boop. All right, here we go. I still love the whole like pop-up book vibe to everything. Very somber. Okay, here's a twist. Oh, excellent. It's over. The third execution is over. Celeste's death is over, are you sure? Celeste killed my friend, so I can't pity her, but I also can't deny that at one point I considered her a friend too. And for him to just come along and... Isn't it just awful? Someone couldn't cut free of their regrets from the outside world, and so more people had to die.
Extreme!
You guys are still young. You need to place more value on your lives.
What are you gonna do?
That really excellent build-up of like a very medieval vibe to the whole theme. It like matched up with what how she wanted to live the rest of her life. And then as the fires are closing in, hit by a car. And here I thought you guys were gonna pass the torch of hope to the next generation.
Let me out of here!
Do I care about hope? I'll throw it in the trash if you just let me out of here.
Too bad.
You're all the embodiment of hope, whether you like it or not. It's my destiny to knock you down one by one. It's sad, yes it is, but that reality can't be avoided. Don't talk like you're not responsible. How long are you going to make us keep going through this? What do you want from us? God, I'm so sick of people asking me that. Give it a rest already. So anyway, Kyoko, did I see you get some kind of key type object from Celeste?
Hey, hey!
So, what's the deal with that?
What?
Huh? What's the matter?
So then,
I'll answer your question if you answer mine.
you...
What did you do? What did you do to me?
Ooh.
What?
Hey,
Answer me. What did you do to my body? Ooh.
Ooh. How
Oh man, oh jeez. Oh man, oh jeez. What do you mean? What did I do? I have no idea. I don't know anything about it. What was that just now? The mastermind did something to Kyoko's body? What does that mean? Things are getting kinda awkward. I think it's about time I got out of here.
Well,
Meanwhile, you guys can go on enjoying your school life. If you get lonely, give me a shout. Not that I'll do anything about it, of course.
see ya later!
See ya. Poof. Monokuma disappeared, leaving us all depressed and in despair. Although it wasn't all despair. There was one small hope. Hey, Kyoko, Monokuma already mentioned it, but what's that key that Celeste gave you?
so...
Most likely, it's the key to one of the dressing room lockers. Then that means Celeste probably hid it in there.
Hey,
I suppose sometimes it's easiest to miss what's right beneath your nose. Well then, we better go check.
Indeed.
Good idea. We left the courtroom and rushed to the dressing room. As we approached the dressing room, Kyoko looked back at us and said, I'm going to go on alone from here. Everyone else head to the dining hall. I'll check in with you later.
What?
Why exactly are you going alone?
So...
Do you even have to ask? She spoke, she glanced quickly at the surveillance
Come on.
camera. It's not what I mean. Why you? There's still the risk of a spy, you know. Then I'll go too.
What?
You? Please, let me go. Standing here arguing is just going to draw more attention to us. Do whatever you want. But why you? Why would anybody want you to, Byakuya?
well then.
Don't thank him. He has no say in this. It's up to you for now. I'm going to go to the dining hall. So Makoto and Kyoko are going to go in together? Does that mean what I think it means?
Okay.
Good luck, Makoto. Girls like her are total pushovers when you show a little back. I tried to forget what Hina said. Everyone headed to the dining hall, leaving me and Kyoko there alone.
Shall we go? So then...
We need to get into that locker. Kyoko took the key Celeste had given her and unlocked the locker. And as the locker swung open, we saw... Good morning. It's been a while, hasn't it? It's safe, thank goodness. I never heard Kyoko sound so relieved. It was like she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. I did just what Celeste asked. I didn't say a word. Stayed quiet the entire time. Oh, and I think I might be able to open the last set of files soon. Maybe as early as tomorrow. I'm doing my best, so please wait just a while longer. So now we can officially say the case is closed. As far as this incident is concerned, sure, but can we take a second? Since we have this opportunity, I want you to be honest with me. Kyoko, please tell me, what are you trying to do all on your own here at the school? Is that why you wanted to come here with me?
However...
Regardless, that's not something you need to know right now. I don't need to know? That just makes me want to... makes me even more worried.
What?
Worried? Like what happened during the investigation this time? You disappeared and we didn't see you again. What are you doing? Without warning, without explanation. When you do that,
Indeed.
it's only natural that they think I'm the mastermind spy, right? And you too. No, I didn't say that. I believe in you.
What?
You believe in me? Isn't it obvious? People believe in their friends, right? That's why I want you to tell me. I want you to believe in me too. Or at least help during the trial. Because we're friends. I understand.
True.
Then maybe I can believe in you. Just a little bit more. Then
Fine.
fine, I'll tell you. I'll tell you why I've been disappearing and where I've been going. You see, what I heard from Kyoko then was, well, frankly, it kind of blew my mind. Right after I'd told Kyoko I believe in her, she told me a story that was, well, almost unbelievable. I decided I had to confirm what she told me with my own 2 eyes, so I waited for nighttime to come. Makoto goes full power of friendship on an alarming basis. Night came, I went into action. Readjusting the eyeballs here.
Correct.
The boys' bathroom on the 2nd floor doesn't have a surveillance camera or a monitor in it. In the storage closet there, and in the storage closet there, way in the back of the boys' bathroom storage closet. But could Kyoko really be right about this? Just a normal storage closet as far as I can tell. I'm sorry. It's a normal storage closet with a painfully obvious secret door. Really, Makoto, really. Work with us. Could it really be hidden here? Way in the back. I mean, seriously? Without thinking, I placed my hand in the back of the storage closet. And suddenly, as if I were being yanked in. Gashunk, apparently. Same time as I heard that sound, I fell through the wall. I had no idea what was going on. Ba-bump. I'd fallen through the back of the storage closet. Huh? It turned out the back wall was like a revolving door, and I'd made my way to the other side. Just like Kyoko had said.
Correct.
The boys' bathroom on the 2nd floor, there's a storage closet. And way in the back of that closet, there's a secret room. So this is the secret room. But what's in here? Tissues, for one. Bunch of files and what looks like volume after volume of yearbooks. They're all covered in dust. Looking at everything, one file at the edge of the bookshelf caught my eye. Hope's Peak Academy Student Registry. It's the only thing in here not covered in dust. Someone been looking at it recently? Slipped the file into my hand, but before I had a chance to take a look at it, a slip of paper fell out of the file, and I turned my attention to it. You must not leave. What's this? That's kind of weird. I could understand if it said, I can't leave, but you must not leave. My head feels funny. This strange sensation. Like deja vu. Those words, you must not leave. I've seen them somewhere before. But I can't quite remember. What do I know? What don't I know? I am gonna get brained. Bonk. Strange sound rang through my head. Well, we have physical confirmation that Makoto's head is largely empty because it just got rang like a gong, apparently. Felt like it was shaking my brain back and forth, see? It's like the clapper in a bell. And then, darkness. I don't understand what's happening. I don't know what started it. It's all over. With that, I opened my eyes. I didn't know how long it had been. Ow. Apparently something hit me and I lost consciousness. All I understood. The dull throbbing pain in my head proved that much at least. They have scrubbed the place. An empty bookshelf. Empty. Gone. It's all gone. The yearbooks, the student registry, and even the note that had fallen on the floor. All gone. What does this mean? But my brain refused to do any more work. The insistent pain in my head began to spread across the rest of my body. For now, I should go back to my room. Yeah, you might have a concussion. It's better to go sleep it off. This channel does not provide medical advice, and you are advised to seek a medical professional if you fear that you might have a concussion. My body was heavy with pain, my mind heavy with thoughts. Hey there, Genshin friend. Welcome to the channel. Dragged myself back towards my room. Somehow, I made it back to the first floor of the school. Zombie shambling along the hallway. What brings you to the channel, Genshin? The farther I walked, the more I felt things are getting blurry. Can't see in front of me. And stopped myself from collapsing right there. And after that... Huh? As if from a vast distance I heard a sound. It was faint but undeniable. That sound is coming from the gym? As I desperately hauled my shaky frame towards the gym, the sound got stronger and stronger. Well, that's an odd sound. Crack de ga. Gagunk bagya. There's a chant to the old ones happening in the gymnasium, apparently. Klulu Fatagan is about to happen, no doubt. What's going on? It can't be nothing here in the gym. I don't think we've seen a green UX before. We normally see yellow in the day and blue at night. But it's in betweeny. Chihiro very dead. We have the disembodied talking head of Chihiro in a box, though. Didn't make a sound as I opened the door to the gym. The sounds coming from inside, meanwhile, only intensified that much more. Kacha Bakyu. Agagya Haya Paching. Yeah, thanks for the compliment on the avatar. Let's see. Chihiro dead. Celeste was just executed. She was squished with a fire truck before she could be burned alive. Oh. Epic battle between Sakura and Monokuma. Let's see. Taka had his head caved in by Hifumi. For me, there raged a battle beyond anything humanly possible. Once again, the art style on Sakura, especially right next to Monokuma, the complete disjoint. No, Hifumi got killed by Celeste. But just those two right next to each other, it's amazing. You have as chibi cartoon form of Monokuma right next to the fist of the North Star that is Sakura. It's amazing. No, one side's not human, that's for sure, but regardless, I couldn't stop staring. Forgot to move or even breathe.
Why, you? What do you think you're doing? I asked you a question. What's the meaning of this? How dare you defy me?
Oh, Toko? Toko's still, no, it's Toko or, Genocide Jill is still alive. Taka, Yasutaka was killed by Hifumi. But Toko is alive. And still chasing Byakuya around. For now.
This wasn't part of the deal!
Interesting. Is this implying that Sakura was the plant, the spy? The deal?
I've made a decision. I will no longer retreat, no longer compromise, no longer regret. I've made my decision. I'm going to resist you.
Okay.
Dramatic speech. Okay. Excellent. Excellent.
But you do realize what will happen if you go through with this, right? You haven't forgotten, have you? What I'm holding hostage?
What am I looking at? Makoto speaking for the audience. What am I hearing? Still. A hostage? Then, could it be? The mastermind spy is... a next-generation legend. Stand tall, galactic hero. The end. Seven remain. Super Robo Justice. Yeah, so far, Danganronpa has excellent music to it. Not, I can't say that I would necessarily like listen to it independently for protracted periods of time, but for gameplay purposes, like while playing it, it does not disappoint. Save. We're gonna get to the. Well, actually, we just hit a save point, so. Gonna make sure that we have a save here. Okay. Okay. Actually, kitty cats. Now one of the cameras is down right now. Junko's super dead. Junko is killed what amounts to kind of day 1 or 2 or something like that. She gets in a fight with Monokuma and is just destroyed. She gets impaled by spears from pretty much every direction. Lots of people dead. Let's see here. But since you seem to be new to the channel, Genshin, my name is Newt Mechanist. I am largely a variety gaming streamer. For the moment, I play a lot of detective games, Danganronpa, Phoenix Wright, but we do weave in other stuff as time slots open up for us. These are my cat cameras. You can see 3 of the 5 kitties right now. Left center is Sammy, bottom center is Sky, top right is Sherbet. In the camera right above me that you can't see right now because it's flaking out, you would be able to see Ember, a 4th cat. The 5th cat, Mason, is right below Sky. Just hopped down. May have just missed him. Cats are an important theme of the channel. But yes, I stream every day of the week except Wednesday and Sunday, starting about 4 Central. We don't normally do 7-hour streams. Not common. But today, apparently, that's what we're doing. But we're going to wrap up here for the night. I do appreciate everyone joining us. I appreciate all the new faces. Whether you decided to chat or not, that is fine. I appreciate the lurkers. I appreciate the chatters. So I'm going to take a quick look here. There. Have anything I can do here? I really do need to find more streamers that would appreciate following the viewership over, but since I can't find those, we are just gonna wrap up. Again, glad everybody could join us tonight. We will be back with more Danganronpa tomorrow at 4 p.m. US Central. Can't guarantee it'll last this long, but hey, you never know. But until then, have a good night, everyone.